Thank you.
This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:00 p.m. I'm very pleased you've taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we're here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We're responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We're not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. That's the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the State Government Code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guests, you're welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and would become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that our tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have a quorum, and we will please go ahead and mark your presence. Yours did not go, Ms. Eaton. There we go. All right, all members are present, and to my left, we have our superintendent, Dr. Fields.
Good evening.
Our next item is invocation and pledge of allegiance, if you will stand.
Mr. Brooks?
Sir, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for the privilege to serve our students, staff, and community. We ask for your wisdom to guide every discussion, your peace to govern every decision, and your grace to cover every difference. Help us to work together with integrity, compassion, and courage. Bless those who dedicate themselves to the well-being of our children, and may all we do tonight be done in a spirit that honors you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors led by the Karen Wagner High School JROTC Color Guard. Under the leadership of Chief Michael Good and Master Sergeant Joseph Dudley, tonight's unarmed Lady Thunderbird Color Guard is commanded by Cadet Second Lieutenant Jasmine Ramirez, Cadet First Sergeant Andrea Mercado Rivera, Cadet Second Lieutenant Lanaya Shepard, Cadet Captain Jesselyn Baron. Our pledge leader this evening is Trinity Adams. Trinity is a 5th grade student at Candlewood Elementary School. She is on the AB Honor Roll and has been a school ambassador where she helps to put up our flags, read announcements in the morning, and assist visitors on campus. She is in the National Elementary Honor Society and a member of our Girls in STEM Club. Outside of school, she likes to play outside with her friends and enjoy basketball and softball. She dreams of finding a cure for cancer and hopes to become a surgeon. Thank you for leading us in our pledges, Trinity.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor
On the
the
Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arms. Center, pace. Forward, march. Color guard, hold. Ready, step. Ready, hold.
You may be seated. And if I could ask our superintendent and the Board of Trustees to come down and give a big round of applause to our pledge leader this evening, Ms. Trinity Adams. While we get ready for a photo, I just wanted to read a little message to you, Trinity, from your mom. She is very proud of you. You are an amazing kiddo. The sky is the limit, and you can do anything you put your mind to. She will be beside you every step of the way. Keep being great. Great job, Trinity. And we have our Lady Thunderbirds color guard with us this evening. They always do a fantastic job, but I'm really super excited to announce that they will be traveling to Daytona for the Nationals in May. We've got a few recognitions this evening. The spring is always a great time of the year because there's lots of people to celebrate. And so we want to start off with recognizing our unified basketball state champions. Come on in. The Judson Rockets unified basketball team has done it again. State champions for the third year in a row. In a 52-38 win over Huntsville High School, our athletes showed true Rocket pride through teamwork, perseverance, and heart. I'm going to read all of the team's names: Jonathan Dozier, Jordan Dukes, Jaziel Lara, Sam Stewart, Davion Watson, Kenny Evans, Sokali Moen, Carlos Suarez, Raul Garza, and Eugene Cabello. This victory represents more than just a championship. It's a celebration of unity, inclusion, and the power of believing in one another. Congratulations to our three-peat champions, and also I'd like to recognize their coaches, Nick Troy Fortune, Mackenzie Calvert, and Amy Paul. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Congrats. All right, coming in for our next recognition is the Wagner High School girls basketball team. We are proud to recognize the Wagner High School girls basketball team for their incredible journey to the UIL state championship game. Our athletes this evening joining us, we have L.A. Sneed, Janae Moore, Janiyah Smith, Ariel Williams, Nia McBride, Brianna Breland, Rukaya Harrison, Kiara Fernandez, Alicia Dilworth, Nahila Bell, and managers Jordan Pope, Madeline Del Angel, Jade Walker, and your coaches, Anissa Jackson and Vanessa Kraft, are here this evening. The Lady Thunderbirds gave everything they had in a phenomenal game that went down to the wire, bringing home a state runner-up win. Their heart, hustle, and determination throughout the season have been nothing short of inspiring. Making it to the state championship is an accomplishment, and we celebrate every moment of your powerful season. You made us proud, Lady T-Birds. Thank you for showing us what championship spirit truly looks like. And to put a cherry on top of this special accomplishment, I'd like to present the Regional Championship Trophy to this team and the coaches. No pictures. Thank you, ladies. We have several students from across our high schools that we'd like to recognize for wrestling and powerlifting. Our outstanding student athletes represented Judson ISD at the State Wrestling and Powerlifting Championships, and we want to celebrate our incredible state qualifiers. Judson High School Wrestling. Nope. We got Wagner? All right, we got Wagner. Okay, now, okay, everybody is out here, which is really great, so we can showcase our amazing students and coaches. So I'm going to announce, y'all give a wave so that you could get a big old round of applause. I'm going to start with Judson High School Wrestling. We have Samaria Barnett, second place finisher. Camila Bravo, Sanaya Devour, Kayla Ranson, Tayo Wall, Nathan Bailey, Devon Leheris, Xavier Stoops, sixth place finisher, and Andrew Blanco, accompanied by Coach Taylor Spivey. We have Veterans Memorial Wrestling, Torrance Adkins, third place. Natanya Workman, sixth place. Aaliyah Washington, accompanied by Coach Aiden De La Garza. Veterans Memorial Powerlifting, Alani Solis Fuller, sixth place. Gustavo Gerardo and Dylan Riggs, accompanied by Coach Matthew Bullock and Sandra Spicer. Wagner High School Wrestling, Cash Kartaltepe, eighth place. Adila Reyes, 10th place. AJ Kumar Swami, accompanied by Coach Jarvis Wiggins. And we have Wagner High School Powerlifting, Carly Herbert and Ariana Hernandez Clear, accompanied by Coach Richard Gonzalez. Through discipline, dedication, and countless hours of training, these students earned the opportunity to compete at the highest level in Texas. Whether on the mat or under the bar, they showed strength, resilience, and true Rocket, Thunderbird, and Patriot pride. These athletes have not only pushed themselves physically, but have also demonstrated the determination that reflects the best of Judson ISD. Congratulations to you all and to your coaches. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, coming through the doors next, we have some students, our Judson High School FFA students. We have our Judson High School FFA students. They're coming. Here they come, y'all. We are excited and proud to recognize the outstanding students of Judson High School FFA, a program that continues to cultivate leadership, responsibility, and real-world skills through agriculture, service, and hands-on learning. On December 6th, the Judson FFA Agricultural Skills Demonstration Team competed in the State Leadership Development events. The Senior Skills Demonstration Competition consists of a team of 3 to 5 members who performs an actual demonstration of an agricultural skill, including anything in the agricultural science and technology curriculum, using effective public speaking and communication methods. The skills team was in the top 24 teams in the entire state. I'm going to announce our students' names, and you'll hear me say a couple of them more than once. Senior Agricultural Skills Demonstration, second in district, second in area, state finalists, Colton Ratliff, Carlos Martinez, Cassidy Young, Jelani Young, Gage Hicks. Tractor technician, applied agricultural engineering, and nursery landscape competed this spring in the Texas FFA Career Development events for their spot at state. The tractor tech team competed as a state finalist in Houston. The applied agricultural engineering team competed and earned 7th place in the entire state, with Gage Hicks earning 8th high individual. The nursery landscape team will compete at state in a couple of weeks. We've got tractor technician, second in district, second in area, state finalists, Colton Ratcliffe, Carlos Martinez, Cassidy Young. Applied agricultural engineering, first in district, second in area, 7th at state, Colton Ratliff, Carlos Martinez, Gage Hicks, and Josh Garcia. Nursery landscape, 4th in districts, 6th in area, state to be determined, Joseph Asher, Kevin Banks, Mara Mendez, and Logan Santos. We just want to acknowledge your commitment to excellence. It reflects the very best of our district, and especially we would like to acknowledge and recognize your teacher sponsor, Jay Trees. I know Claire Golden and Emily Oliver also have a big hand in mentoring this amazing group of students. Thank you. Thank you so much. When you were driving in, you may have smelled something good cooking out there, and we want to fire up a congratulations for the Patriot Pit Masters from Veterans Memorial High School. This is the Pit Master team. We have Demetra Kizas, Andres Galvan, Noah Camacho, Drew Garcia, and Jaden Amiero. Their teachers and sponsors, Mr. Barclay, Coach Lawson, and Miss Rom. This talented barbecue team earned the title of Grand Champions at the High School Barbecue Regional Qualifier in Rockwall, Texas, and now they're headed to the state champion competition. Here's how they smoked the competition. First place dessert, first place ribs, first place brisket, 7th place chicken, and 13th place beans. On top of that, all 5 team members were awarded $3,000 scholarships for their hard work, skill, and dedication. Congratulations to the Patriot Pitmasters for representing Veterans Memorial and Judson ISD with excellence. We are so proud of you. We know you're going to really take it at state. Congratulations. And maybe I didn't mention, they grilled up dinner for our board members and this evening, and they're looking pretty full. You guys might be in a food coma later. Next, we have some participants from Bear Fest. We would like to introduce the Jekka Media Club. Come on in. The Jekka Media Club made a huge impact at Bear Fest 9, bringing home major honors at the awards ceremony. The team, led by Mr. Marcus Martinez and also assistant coach Cindy McCann, led our students, seniors, Alexa Hernandez, Dylan Hunter, Isaiah Griffin, and Jace Baldwin. Juniors, Serenity Money, Abigail Arredondo, Anaya Gayfield, and Mia Perez. And freshmen, Arnold Contreras and Michaela Cruz Andino. In partnership with Brighton Center, our students created meaningful, high-quality work that highlighted both their technical skills and storytelling abilities. This collaboration was a win for both the team and the nonprofit organization. Their creative talents were recognized with Best Graphic Design, Best Original Music, and Best Overall Portfolio. Congratulations to the Raptors. You represent Jekka and Judson ISD with excellence in media, creativity, and community impact. Congratulations. We also would like to introduce our students that participated in Bear Fest from Veterans Memorial High School. Come on in. As part of the unique Bear Fest multimedia initiative, the Veterans Memorial High School Graphic Design Skills USA chapter partnered with Girl with Grit, a nonprofit focused on empowering young women through hands-on skill building and education. The team, led by teacher Ms. Kelly Muse, included Sinai De La Vega, Demetra Kizis, Emma Forrest, Michelle Hernandez, Nina Powell-Scott, Matthew Medina, Arwin Kenkel, Alani Solis-Fuller, Jordan Estevez, Michaela McDonald, Dylan Hollis, Nathaniel Salinas, Lauren Adams, Summer Street, David Maldonado, and Amora Aguirre Coleman. These students collaborated to develop impactful outreach materials for the nonprofit's marketing campaigns, but they didn't stop there. Inspired by the mission and encouraged by Girl with Grit founder Blythe Zemmel, the students organized and hosted an on-campus workshop to further awareness and involvement. Their event drew the largest attendance on record for any Girl with Grit workshop. This incredible collaboration showcased our students' creativity, leadership, and passion for making a difference. Their work highlights the powerful impact of career and technical education and how design can go beyond communication to inspire and connect. Congratulations. Next, entering the room, I'd like to announce our Judson High School mariachi. Coming in to be recognized, we have Destiny Broby, Jakari Brown, Valeria Cortez, Chris Garcia, Daniela Ceja, Jimena Ceja, Nathaniel Moore, Natalia Nava, Flavia Ramos, Jacqueline Rojas, and Yuri Yanez. We have our teachers joining us this evening, Mr. Robert Sabo, Natalie Olivares, and Jose Perez. We are proud to recognize the talented members of the Judson High School Mariachi for their incredible performance at the UIL State Mariachi Festival. The group earned a prestigious Division I Superior rating, placing them among the top mariachi programs in the state of Texas. Their musicianship, precision, and passion were truly outstanding, and we congratulate you and cannot wait to see where your future goes. Congratulations. We've got a few more. Last month, we recognized our Judson ISD student ambassadors. We recognized Mr. Edmund Ron Kelly over there from JECA. And tonight, we just want to recognize Ms. Cristina Peña. She is a student ambassador from Wagner High School. She is a member of the Wagner Band Color Guard, T-STEM Robotics president. She is part of the academic decathlon team and a member of the National Honor Society. She is also an active volunteer at church and a bright voice for her fellow students. We are so excited to have her represent Wagner High School as one of our student ambassadors. I would like to announce a special guest. Tonight we have with us Board President from Northside ISD, Bobby Blunt. He has a special recognition that he would like to share with us this evening.
Good evening, all. First of all, preliminary comment. Every time I come to y'all's board meeting, I always leave saying, why don't we do that? But that's a side conversation. No, I'm actually here, and this should be in Northside ISD Board President. I'm also president of our Bexar County School Board Coalition. And for those that aren't familiar with our coalition, it is a nonprofit organization for only trustees in the Bexar County and surrounding areas. So there's 20 that we count. So it's 100 and something trustees that can be members of it. This year, in addition, in collaboration with our superintendents, we supported and helped out the NCAA Final Four reading competition. And as you all know, that Final Four reading competition consists of over 307 elementary schools that read over 27 million minutes of books, third graders. That is something that was really fascinating and great to hear. But in parallel, we also had a trustee competition in the San Antonio and surrounding area, including Gonzales, Seguin, all different areas, et cetera. And in our trustee competition, we challenged each other who could read the most minutes to a classroom. And we did that from about a time frame from about January up till the Final Four time period. And you all had one of the greatest Final Four finalists that finished in 3rd place. So it is my honor to give this award and recognition as one of our outstanding trustees supporting our Final Four to Trustee Monica Ryan. Monica?
I'll read. And in the spirit of recognizing our board members, we would like to take a moment to recognize the work of 2 incredible board members that we have with us this evening. With the upcoming election, we have 2 trustees that I'm sure we will continue to see around the district, but not necessarily here on the dais. So I'd like to first thank Ms. Stephanie Faulkner. You stepped into this role in 2023 to represent the communities in District 2, and you quickly became a true voice for Judson ISD. Your expertise as an educator, specifically in the realm of special education, has provided a unique and knowledgeable perspective as a trustee. We are extremely grateful for your advocacy of our students and how much you truly value our staff. Ms. Deborah Eaton, thank you for representing District 3 since 2017. From reading on campuses, volunteering at food drives, recognizing our teachers and administrators, supporting our military community, and most importantly, being our official Wobble and Gobble turkey mascot every single year. Your presence and unwavering support of our district through good and bad will always be remembered and appreciated. We are deeply grateful for both of you, your leadership and dedication to your service, and we will miss your insight and partnership. Thank you. That concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
It is always so exciting to be able to recognize so many special people. The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that's open to the public under the Act is one that the public's entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period, which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to the secretary to the Board of Trustees next to the podium. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the general comments. Angela Flanagan, you're first.
Good evening. My name is Angela Flanagan, and I teach at Judson Middle School. I'm here tonight to express deep concerns about ongoing violations of federal and state law in our district, specifically related to special education and teacher working conditions. On January 27th, a faculty meeting was held at JMS to address past violations of IDEA and FAPE. As a new staff member this year, like half of my colleagues at JMS, I found it troubling that we were being briefed on systemic violations we had no part in. This clearly reflects a breakdown in oversight within our special education department. Since then, I have gathered and documented evidence that many of our students with IEPs have not received their legally mandated co-teach minutes all year, and no compensatory services have been offered. I reported this violation to administration, and I have not seen a change. Worse, after reporting threats of violence from a teacher toward a student, the teacher was quietly replaced, and since then, I've experienced exclusion, hostility, and what feels like a clear retaliation. On April 9th, during STAR testing, most of our staff members, including myself, did not receive our legally required duty-free lunch, which is a violation of Texas Education Code Section 21.405. This was not a mistake, and there was a written plan to ignore this law. When I raised this concern, I was asked if I was on a transfer list. While this question was kind of chilling, I have not yet received my contract for next year, while others have. Even as some have moved to new positions that were never posted, which is also a violation of Texas Education Code 11.1513D. I asked the board directly, who is held accountable for these repeated violations of federal and state law? What actions will be taken to protect staff who report unethical or illegal behavior, as we are required to by our Educator Code of Ethics? Or should I instead seek resolution through the Texas Education Agency and the U.S. Department of Education, since internal reporting has led to silence and retaliation? Thank you for your time.
Next is Jonathan Perales.
Good evening, members of the board, district leadership, and fellow employees. My name is Jonathan Perales, and I am the Business Systems Analyst for Judson ISD Technology and Finance Department. I have lived in Judson for most of my life. I was raised in Judson schools, attending Woodlake Elementary, Kirby Junior High, and Judson High School. I've been a loyal employee here for 14 years. I started as a custodian, and over time I progressed through several positions in HR, and finally into technology and finance, where I am today. The support from past and present leadership I have here is phenomenal. They're the ones responsible for shaping me into who I am today. It was my Judson family that drove me to finish my bachelor's, and it was the same family that rooted me on during my master's program. But that's not all. I'm not done, because I want to move to central office leadership, and I am a member of the 24-25 JLI cohort. This district has invested in me, and I've invested myself in this district. I know we're in a tough spot. I know costs are rising, but I urge you to table your conversation and postpone any decisions on moving 226 employees to 220 until after you know what insurance rates for the new calendar year will be. While the loss of pay may not seem much on paper, it's going to be compounded when medical insurance costs increase. The November board meeting, the presentation was conducted on how Judson's losing money on medical insurance claims versus incoming premiums. During that meeting, an amendment to the budget was approved to move $3.6 million from the fund balance to cover this loss. At this point, it should be quite evident that the employees' cost for insurance in the new year will increase, and the lingering question will be just how much will it increase? Could the insurance increase added to the loss of paid days equal a high-interest monthly car payment? Absolutely, it could. I do not want to leave here. As you heard in the first half of my comments, Judson invested in me. This is my home. However, if you take paid days and hit us with substantial insurance increases, I may have no choice but to leave. Thank you for your time.
Next is September Patterson.
Good evening, everyone. My name is September Patterson. I work at the Curriculum Instruction Department. I want to address the comments that at the last meeting regarding C&I department and the roles of the curriculum coordinators. There appeared to be some confusion about our responsibilities. Our team develops curriculum for kindergarten through 5th grade, ensuring the alignment of the TEKS. Each curriculum guide includes detailed lessons, materials, resources, making it easier for teachers to plan and implement it effectively, promoting fluency and comprehension. Our pacing guides help organize the delivery, frequency, and duration of the lessons. Our team visits assigned campuses weekly to support our teachers. We observe, give feedback, and mentor coaches. Our team of 4 people support 20 elementary campuses, focusing on data, feedback for instruction, and student engagement. We support teachers directly, especially new and DOI teachers, modeling lesson cycles, conducting debriefs of best practices, classroom management, curriculum implementation, planning, and PLCs. Data analysis is also a key part of our role. We interpret data from unit tests, benchmarks, STAR test results, offering recommendations for improvement. For example, we organize writing analysis days when campuses needed more intensive support to enhance instruction. In preparation for STAR, we developed tailored plans, resources, visitation schedules, joining teachers in daily small group tutoring to support our teachers and our students. We create and implement district-wide professional development during the summer for new teacher and returning staff. We present at academic leaders meetings that they then relate to their campus. We provide for PD at unit launches to clarify upcoming goals for the district. Currently, our salary is funded equally, 50% by local, 50% through Title II. If we are moved back to the classroom, the district will be responsible for our full salary, meaning that you are currently benefiting from our services at a reduced cost. The adoption for Bluebonnet Math significantly reduces our instructional materials costs as the state covers most of the expenses. That should increase some cash flow. To increase revenue, we could also rent out campus spaces for events, rent stadium facilities for youth sports, and sell advertising space on our website. If necessary, due to the declining enrollment, we may need to consider selling unused assets such as land for future expansion and underutilized buildings to address our immediate financial obligations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is Cynthia Shoemaker.
I don't want my words to be lost, so I made a copy. I'm going to give them to Ms. Holmes. If she could pass them out, I'd appreciate that. Good evening. The deficit we are addressing is specifically related to the expenditure of local funds. At the last board meeting, it was reported reducing staff at the ERC, JTEC, and OD by 1 day would save the district approximately $84,000. While this number may be true, a great number of these positions are not funded through local. Instead, many of these are paid in whole or in part by categorical funds such as SCE, Title, Perkins, etc., and do not touch local funding at all. Any reduction in the days of the positions funded through categorical funding do not impact the local funds and therefore do not impact the deficit. Comparing the compensation plan from 17-18 to 23-24, teacher salaries increased at midpoint by 18.9%, while AP 505 position salaries only increased by 8% at the midpoint. Last year, there were no raises. All adjustments within the 24-25 compensation plans were based on an internal HR audit and the resulting adoption of the rubric used as part of the salary worksheet. These adjustments were a movement towards equality in our pay structure and a way to help address the pay suppression people in these buildings have lived under for years. A diligent review of positions created under ESSER funding should be undertaken. The majority of, if not all of these positions have been moved to local funds, which greatly increases the deficit we are now facing. These positions were retitled and moved around, but the salaries remained the same all this time, only at local cost. Addressing these positions and where they are now will give us a starting point when considering what to be cut to address the deficit.
Next is Donna Gutierrez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donna Gutierrez. I have proudly lived in this district from 1996. I've worked in our schools for over 11 years, serving students from general education to the severe and profound needing students across all grade levels. I currently serve as your behavior specialist in this district. In this role, I have the privilege of coaching teachers and supporting classrooms directly. What I've seen are two different types of teachers. Teachers who want the student removed from the classroom immediately, and the teachers that want the help and will take the help and will effectively use the strategies and see the real change. They will share what they've done and how that has provided growth with their students to other people within their classrooms or within their schools. Here's the truth. If adults don't change first, the students won't either. Our children are born not knowing how to regulate emotions or follow expectations. They need to be taught. They need praise. They need positive models. That's why I'm here to say ISS is not the solution. Removing students doesn't teach them what to do. It teaches them that they're not wanted. True change happens when we connect, when we stay consistent, and when we commit to growth, not just for students, but for ourselves as well. So I ask, what are we showing them by putting them in ISS? Thank you for your time.
Next is Jamie Sales.
Good evening. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. My name is Jamie Sells. I'm an employee here and a voter in Judson ISD. At the last school board meeting and at both the town hall meetings, the C&I department came up for discussion as an area to cut. It sounded as though people may not be aware of the role of the content coordinator. I'd like to share with you my job. I'm the only elementary science coordinator for 20 elementary campuses. My teammates are the only elementary coordinators for their content areas of math, RLA, and social studies for 20 campuses. Since it is a challenge to be at all 20 campuses, with consistency, our team of 4 split up the district to ensure that every campus has a C&I support weekly. Each of us is assigned to 5 campuses. We go to each campus every week to do instructional walks with the coaches and trainers. At the campuses I serve, I provide observational feedback, support in team planning and PLCs, model lessons, and data analysis. Although my title is Elementary Science Coordinator, I support all content at the 5 campuses that I'm assigned. In addition to campus support, I provide after-school unit launches for teachers every 4 to 5 weeks, where we review the upcoming unit for clarity and planning. When asked to help at campus science days and science nights, I am excited to participate and support each campus with these events. If you haven't experienced our updated Star Lab, you're missing out. From all the formal data that we collect, I review data and determine what areas of the curriculum need tweaking. For example, we struggled with earth processes and cycles this year. So I've asked to order stream tables, moon phases kits, and water cycle kits to support in these struggling areas. I also attend ongoing professional development so that I can keep up with changes and find new ways to present the standards to our students. In addition to all these things I've stated, I'm currently providing small group tutoring for STAR in reading, science, and math. While doing this, I'm also ordering materials for science camp this summer and preparing activities for the teachers that will educate our young explorers, and preparing lessons for summer school and science classes. Soon, I will then start writing PD for the summer and start the next school year while reviewing the curriculum guides and providing updates. I share all this to show that simply asking teachers to come in for a few days in the summer to write curriculum in place of my position would not scratch the surface of the work that I do. I work hard to serve our students and teachers here in Judson ISD. I do not envy the job that you are tasked to do. I understand that everything needs to be suggested as a possible cut. All I ask is that you truly understand the positions and the work of the people in the jobs that you are considering to cut or adjust. Please consider the domino effect that you will cause as you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Summer Terrell.
Good evening, Dr. Fields, GISD Cabinet, and members of the board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Summer Terrell. I am a secondary high school math coordinator, a 226 employee who is split funded 50-50 between local and title money. I come before you not just as an employee of this district, but as an educator with a longstanding passion for this work and a deep commitment to making a difference. Before joining the Judson ISD family in January of 2024, I spent 20 years proudly serving in Killeen ISD. I began as a high school math teacher and coach, transitioned to a middle school as a campus instructional math coach, and in 2013, took what I still consider to be the most rewarding step of my career, entering the world of district-level curriculum and instruction. This decision opened many doors for my passion to walk through. My journey wasn't accidental. It is built on a passion for helping others grow, for pushing systems forward, and for ensuring that all students, regardless of circumstance, have access to meaningful learning experiences. So when I chose to join Judson ISD, it wasn't out of convenience. It was out of a personal decision to live differently. Once I settled in and began listening to my colleagues in direct leadership, I committed to the Judson mission. I believe in the opportunity to make an impact, and I still do. I come before you as someone whose heart beats for education, whose passion is for meaningful change runs deep. My message is rooting in both honesty and hope. I wish for you to see my value. My role is not confined to a title or a contract. My value lies in how I show up for others, how I mentor struggling teachers, how I help campuses build systems that work, how I support students who deserve more than what the data can ever fully capture. I don't clock in to do a job, I show up to make a difference. That's what drives me. The possibility of change, the opportunity to improve lives through education, and the belief of what we do matters. There was a time under past leadership when I felt that belief was mutual. I was trusted, included, and treated as a professional whose insight mattered. I didn't have to prove my worth repeatedly. I was seen, I was valued, and the validation fueled my work even more. Today, that's harder to feel. It's defeating when I'm referred to only by the number of days on my contract, as if my value is tied to a calendar and not to countless outcomes I help generate. That kind of narrow view doesn't reflect the real cost of losing passionate, experienced educators who are trying to create lasting systemic change. And so I ask respectfully, do you understand what the individuals behind the 226 employees in the Curriculum and Instruction Office actually do? Do you see how we build capacity on campuses, how we invest in teachers, and how we support intervention, innovation, and instruction across every corner of this district? We are not just another line in the budget. We are the ones ensuring that change isn't just talked about, but implemented, monitored, and sustained. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking for acknowledgement of what I bring, a relentless passion for education, a commitment to equity, and a desire to help this district not just function, but thrive. I'm asking for leadership that sees people, not just positions, for decisions that honor commitment, not just compliance. Because when educators feel seen, we give more. When we're appreciated, we stay. And when our passion is matched with respect, we rise to levels you can't measure on paper. I know what I bring to this district. I just hope you do too. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your curiosity about the amazing department I'm a part of.
Next is Carmelina Libby.
Good evening, Dr. Fields, JISD Cabinet, and members of the board. My name is Carmelina Libby, and I have been in education for 25 years. For 20 of those years, I was a classroom teacher, teaching grades 6 through 8th, as well as Algebra 1 and Geometry. I have taught RTI students, I have taught DT students, and I have both served as an instructional trainer and instructional coach. 5 years ago, I joined Judson ISD with the hope of being part of a district that values growth, embraces change, and prioritizes student empowerment. I was an assistant principal at Wagner High School for 2 years, and for the past 3 years, I have served as a curriculum and instruction coordinator. However, during 2 of those years, I was underpaid, only to be told that my salary was under audit and would eventually be corrected. I never complained about it. However, it has been corrected, and while I am grateful that my pay was finally adjusted, I now find myself facing another challenge, being told that my work is not valued and that I am not important in this district. I am here tonight to say without hesitation that the work I do is very important. As a classroom teacher, my actions directly impacted only my students, about 160 young minds a year. But as a curriculum coordinator, my work extends over many campuses, more than 200 teachers, and thousands of students. Some may assume that coordinators simply sit at a desk all day, but that could not be further from the truth. We write curriculum, not just for the regular school year, but also for summer programs and for summer school. We design and analyze assessments to ensure students' needs are being met. We create classroom activities and instructional stations to enhance learning. We develop and present professional trainings for teachers, staying ahead of the latest research and educational trends. We model teach strategies, participate in learning communities, and collaborate with teachers on lesson planning. We dissect and interpret student data from district assessments like NWEA, testing, and STAR results to help teachers tailor instructive more effectively. We work hand in hand with the district's academic trainers and academic coaches to support their individual campus and needs. We create turnaround professional development so that they can present it right back to their teachers. We also conduct instructional observations to gather evidence needed to guide and uplift and help the teachers. This work matters. My work matters. This work shapes the education our students receive, and yet my daily pay as a curriculum coordinator is less than what I would earn as a teacher. As a classroom teacher, I would get a stipend for having a master's degree. While being a coordinator, it doesn't even matter. This disparity has made me question whether I should return back into the classroom teaching math, because financially it would make more sense for my family.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Veronica Amieto. Did I get that right? Veronica Amieto? No? Okay. Don Keen Dawes.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Keen Dawes. I come to you as a parent, a teacher, and a voter. As a parent, I have seen my daughter flourish in high school due to her love of reading. She found passion and excitement in the numerous book fairs the Judson Librarians provided throughout my daughter's elementary and middle school career. These book fairs also provided crucial revenue for library programs and activities. The Battle of the Books competition fosters the importance of reading throughout the school. The Kitty Hawk Librarian provided a safe space, encouraged her desire for reading, and provided book recommendations for my daughter to start a book club with her friends. She thoroughly loved the experience. As a teacher, I do not have time enough to articulate all the things that my Veterans Memorial High School librarian, Pamela Thompson, does for me at our school. One of the things she does is help create lesson plans for my classes and other classes throughout the school. For example, she teaches my students how to access credible, reliable, and accurate sources for research projects and how to properly document their sources using MLA format. These skills are needed for college. Mrs. Thompson also frequently asks teachers to help create engaging lessons for their students. She has written grants to provide a makerspace for kids, which creates equity, providing resources for all students regardless of income. My students have recently used these resources to complete their projects. I've witnessed students using the makerspace to create items such as t-shirts, caps, during their lunchtime. She has brought guest authors to speak at school, and I know this has been a profound impact on some of the kids. I cannot count how many times I've needed her help with technology. It is comforting to know that someone is right there down the hall, and I can get immediate help. The Veterans Memorial High School Library is also a place where kids can go to when they need a quiet place to eat, decompress during lunch, or just a place to be artistic. If you walk by our library today, Pam has displayed artwork by some of our award-winning artists. The library is the heartbeat of our campus. If you have a question or need help, you can ask the librarian. Pam and I have also tirelessly worked together on clubs and events that were not part of our required duties at our campus. She also sponsors the National Honor Society. Finally, she is a staple of our campus. Kids can go to her for conversations or help with their life's problems. In fact, literally today, a girl came crying because of prom issues, and Pam comforted her and helped her. As a voter,
I'm sorry, ma'am, that was time. Thank you.
Okay.
Next is Leslie Lee.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Leslie Lee, and I've been here in Judson Community for 11 years. As part of military life, when you get to your new duty station, you have no family or friends that you can call. My family has been blessed enough for me to be a full-time mom, which I love the most when we came here in Texas. I dedicated most of my time at my kids' school volunteering, and their schools become my family, my home that I can call. I'm here because bullying is in the agenda. My 3 kids experienced bullying at one point. My eldest son lost 4 of his front teeth because he was pushed in the playground, hitting the end of the slide. My middle son coming home with bite marks and bruises. And now my youngest daughter is what's hitting my heart the most, because it has crossed her mind of killing herself. This is any parent's nightmare. I just found out that the kids that were bullying her last year from 6th grade still continues to this day, and she's in 7th grade. Even though they were just hurtful words constantly, almost every day, she told me she keeps ignoring them. But one day, these kids decided to trip her and almost hit her face in the floor. All pointed at her, and all are laughing. This made my daughter break into tears and don't want to go back to school. Although I am very thankful for her school counselors and assistant principals taking this matter, I am really very concerned with the action it would be taking. These are repeat kids. It's been more than a year, and I'm not sure what other consequences will be made, but do we need to wait until it gets worse? I know that this is draining my daughter because just the other day, she just hugged me tight and in tears, telling me that she constantly avoids these kids walking through hallways because she is scared that they might get back at her. The ones I called home, where I thought my kids would be safe, I don't know what to feel anymore right now, because I'm almost at her school every day volunteering for PTO. And I'm in the anti-bullying committee. And this is what really breaks my heart, because it's just, the thing is, I don't know what else to do. Now I come here standing. I will continue to stand up for my daughter and be her voice, and all the kids who are in the same situation. I hope that this district will take this seriously and be serious enough that change that needs to be done. Thank you for your time.
Next is Laura Rahm.
Good evening, my name is Laura Rahm, and this is my 17th year in Judson ISD. I spent 15 years at Wagner, and this is my second year at Veterans Memorial High School, and I'm here to speak up for our librarians and our paraprofessionals. I know we are a data-driven district, so I came to you with 2 facts before I get into my emotions. One of them comes for the Center for American Progress, and it is as recent as April 18th of 2024. It says over 50 years of research across more than 60 studies show that students with access to well-sourced libraries with certified librarians consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized test assessments. Furthermore, according to massteacher.org, on a school library impact studies, 21 state studies confirm school librarians support student achievement and student scores consistently rise with a certified librarian. Much like Ms. Kindaws, I have a massive love of reading. That I lived in the library as a child. When I became a teacher, I can't tell you how happy I was when I met Mrs. Shearhart, who is the Wagner librarian, and I found out that we had a teacher-student library book club, and it was huge. I mean, huge. We would consistently meet. She spoke with the kids. We would read a different style of book, from a fantasy to a real life to when we read Wonder. Man, the way it opened up some of our kids that only read fantasy. And then when we read Wonder and then they got to see the movie, it opened their eyes to how they viewed other people. When I came to Veterans Memorial High School, I had the blessing of already knowing Ms. Thompson, because one of the things that our librarians in Judson ISD does is they share a bus. They share their funds, pool together, and they offer a field trip every year to visit Library Palooza, which is a citywide event where students can go and visit real-life authors and hear them speak in a forum and learn to ask questions on how to be an author themselves. And I brought books for y'all, and I realized I just left it with my children. But these kids come and they ask questions, which also inspired me, because one of the subjects I teach is child development. On top of learning about the development, both physically and mentally, of children, they are currently doing it right now in my class. They are writing children's books. And the knowledge and emotions that come out of these children is phenomenal, and this would not be possible without our librarians. One of the other things that we did was our district did a literacy initiative many moons ago. I'm not even gonna lie to you, I can't remember what, it was decades. As I said, I've been here for 17 years. But we were all journaling, every single class period, even PE. And I went to Miss Sherritt, and I taught fashion at the time, and I go, oh my God, what am I gonna do? We sew all day, every day. And she goes, why don't you do a fashion blog? And I said, I don't have time for this. What do you mean? Like, I had tutoring every day with my students. This was pre-children, obviously. And she did it all. She did the research. She brought in blogs, plus-size models, children bloggers, male bloggers, because I had females and males and all sorts of kids that were interested in fashion. And she put the whole lesson together. She presented it. She taught it. She edited their blogs. And the writing level in my kids grew. Their vocabulary grew. Their punctuation grew with the help of Mrs. Sherritt. And now with Ms. Thompson, who I call her the donor choose queen, because I feel like every year it's a new donor choose project. I'm like, wow, how do you get these approved? We've used both of them in across my principles of education class and my instructional practices class. We have TEKS on mental health, and she had a donors choose project on mental health, and we went and we painted, what does being a patriot mean to you? And my kids came out of it, and then of course, I made them write about it because, we have to write later. And they were like, wow, that was so relaxing to just spend that one class period to detach and to paint. And then recently in child development, we have a unit.
I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you because I love hearing what you have to say, but it is time.
But they're great. Sorry.
Next is Allie Rom. I'll help her with the mic.
Hi, my name is Allie. My librarian's name is Miss Mendes. The school I go to is Rolling Meadows Elementary School. In my opinion, I think we should keep librarians because they have helped kids learn. I used to not like reading and now I love it, thanks to Miss Mendes. This means other kids can learn to read, can learn from this too. In conclusion, I think we should keep librarians because they have helped me learn and can help other kids learn too.
Thank you, Allie. Next is Marcy Stowell.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Marcy Stowell, and I am a proud high school math teacher in this district. I am here to express my concerns about adopting the scripted math curriculum, specifically Bluebonnet Learning, developed by Carnegie Learning for our Algebra 1 classes. First, there is currently no data demonstrating the effectiveness of Bluebonnet Math in Texas classrooms. This year will be its first implementation, meaning we are being asked to use our students on test subjects for an unproven curriculum. Our students deserve instructional materials with a proven track record of success, not to be part of a statewide experiment. When we look at Carnegie Learning, which forms the backbone of Bluebonnet Math for Algebra 1, the results are concerning. A randomized experiment comparing Carnegie's Cognitive Tutor Algebra 1 program to traditional curricula found no significant improvement in student achievement. In fact, students performed worse in key areas like quadratic equations and algebraic operations. This suggests that the scripted approach may not only fail to help but could also hinder student learning in critical Algebra 1 content. Scripted programs like Carnegie and Bluebonnet restrict teachers' professional judgment and flexibility. They force us to follow rigid scripts and pacing guides, making it difficult to adapt lessons to the unique needs of our students. Every classroom is different, and effective teaching requires the ability to respond in real time, not to follow a one-size-fits-all script. Finally, while there are financial incentives tied to adopting these materials, our decisions should be based on what is best for student learning, not on short-term funding. Our community expects us to prioritize educational quality and student outcome above all else. In summary, the scripted Carnegie Bluebonnet curriculum is unproven in Texas, has shown mixed or negative results elsewhere, limits teacher effectiveness, and raises serious concerns about content appropriateness. I urge the board to reject the curriculum for Algebra 1 and instead support materials that are flexible, evidence-based, and responsive to the needs of our students and community. Thank you for your time.
Next is Scott Willis.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me this evening once again. A couple things. Number one, I can talk to you about reductions around. There's one and only one criterion that needs to happen. This is a very simple question to ask people. Did you speak to a student today? And if you're not speaking to a student on a daily basis, then you might need to be thinking about maybe this isn't the place you need to be, or this is not a job we need to have. We're in one business, and that business is to teach children. The people that do the teaching is what everything else exists for. Now, besides that, I'm going to jump in about the Carnegie. And vouchers are a fact of life. What happened yesterday, the last-ditch effort didn't happen. Vouchers are going to happen. We're now in competition for students. Our grade that we get out of the school board, state school board, is paramount amongst all the other things that we can do. We now have to market ourselves to bring in students. And the better we do, the better we can. Carnegie is not that way. A very good friend of mine, a product of Judson, as a matter of fact, a guy so brilliant he went to nuclear power school. You played football with him. He's been doing Carnegie down in a little district, and they're getting $120,000 for trying it out. He has to spend an entire week trying to backfill just so the lesson looks good, so when the state and the Carnegie people show up to do this. This is not a price that's worth what we want, which is to increase STAR scores. It's not increasing STAR scores. It's taking days away from him to do these things. We know that kids come up to us, they're not able to multiply. They're not able to divide. They can't add and subtract without a calculator. And because they can't do these things, we have to address those issues as we're going along. And Carnegie does not find it in its way to teach kids how to do those things while you're simultaneously teaching them how to factor a quadratic or graph a rational function. It's just not happening. So I don't know that the cost of what we'll lose in results from our teachers using something like Carnegie is worth the cost of the STAR scores going down, which means we have less people and we're not as competitive against other districts and other private schools. So that's all I had. It was just pretty quick. And I'm sorry it wasn't something more jovial or whatnot, but I do thank you for listening to me, but please do not adopt Carnegie. You have fantastic math teachers here. Let us continue to do our jobs.
Next is Nicholas Courtright.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Courtright. I am a Algebra 1 co-teacher over at Judson High School. The reason why I'm here tonight, I'll keep it short and sweet. It's been brought to my attention that you, as a district, we're planning on implementing Carnegie Learning, Bluebonnet, Texas. My concern as someone who teaches inclusion in the Algebra 1 setting is, what does Carnegie or Bluebonnet bring to the table in terms of differentiation to students? Because as many of these math teachers and many of these teachers would know, our students have various needs, various supports. And my question is, what kind of models do we have from Carnegie Learning? What kind of, what can be implemented in terms of special education to make sure that we're meeting all those needs? And will Carnegie Learning provide that for us? Thank you for your time.
Good evening. It's come to my attention that the district will be discussing David's Law this evening. One thing I'd like to begin by doing is to correct some misinformation. On agenda item 4C, labeled Bullying Prevention, on page 7 under Judson is compliant, number 2, it refers to the age-appropriate surveys about bullying required by David's Law for each grade level. The district document says the state does not mandate the frequency of survey administration. This is incorrect. The state of Texas does require that the survey be done annually. So no, you're not in compliance. Judson was also not in compliance with the anti-bullying committees when you were told that the district was. When you were told that Hopkins had met 4 times this year, that was not true. Hopkins had their first anti-bullying or prevention committee meeting after this statement was made at the February board meeting. And what about threat assessments? I have not seen them mentioned. David's Law requires the establishment of a safe and supportive school program team on every campus to conduct behavioral threat assessments. These assessments are crucial for identifying and managing potential threats of violence or harm, including bullying and cyberbullying in schools. These assessments aim to proactively identify individuals who may pose a threat and provide interventions before violent incidents occur. Parents are required to be notified and invited to participate should it be determined that a threat assessment is required for their student but cannot refuse them. According to the 2023-2024 campus report card located on the TEA website, Wagner High School has 0 reports of fights. They also have 0 reports of threats of fights. How can this possibly be? We are talking about last year when my son was a student there. Are you all aware that out of your 32 campuses, last year there was only 19 total reported incidents of bullying? 19. Keep in mind that what happened to my son at Wagner happened to at least 4 students last year at Wagner. At least 2 of those students were assaulted. 2 of the 3 assaults were on school property. All of them were reported. That should have been at least 6 reports of bullying right there. No questions asked according to the 6-step process for making a bullying determination. How many of the 19 were from Wagner last year? Something is definitely very wrong here. And retaliation, let me tell you, it is very real in this district, and it's absolutely unacceptable.
Next is Debbie Krieger.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk this evening to let you know what Judson ISD means to me as a parent and an employee. In 2000, my husband and I married and became a blended family. To make it fair for both of our children, because they weren't happy, we moved to the Judson area and began our lives as a proud Judson family. In 2002, we welcomed our 3rd child, who started in the Judson school system at the age of 3 because he had different abilities. At the end of the 23-24 school year, my youngest aged out at the age of 21. So this ended our years of being a Judson family. Some of his teachers still follow him. They go to his games and everything. Sorry. In 2011, I joined the Judson family of employees as a child nutrition general worker and have worked my way up the ladder to my current job as a cafeteria manager at Metzger Middle School. I love working in the cafeteria and feeding the students. My staff and myself have worked very hard to ensure that the quality and presentation of our food that we serve to our students is the best, which has resulted in the participation numbers for this school year to be up from last year. Last Thursday, the cafeteria staff was given this letter by a teacher from one of our students at Metzger. I am going to read the letter. This is why we, as child nutrition employees, what we do every day and strive so hard in our jobs is for the kids, for our students. One more thing before I read the letter. Metzger Middle School is one of the only, as far as I know, is the only middle school that provides a supper program for our students. We do it through the tutoring program, and we do it for our athletics. At Metzger, we need to feed our kids. It's very important. The kids want our food. So this was sent to us by one of our students. It says, to lunch staff. Dear the lunch staff, the lunch you guys make is so delicious. Every week I get so excited for the orange chicken we have along with the rice. Every day I look forward to the lunch. We have the pizza is so good that I eat it every week. The food always puts me in a good mood. I could be having a horrible day, but as soon as I walk in the cafeteria, I always feel a little better. Eating these delicious meals every day makes me feel good to be a part of this school. Sincerely, I can't give you his name, I'm sorry. I've had interaction with board members. There's one in particular that no matter when she's at my campus, she comes and says hello. She's come and talked to my cafeteria workers to tell them how important it is. She's the only board member that has done it besides Dr. Fields and Miss Taganoff. Mr. Macias came and said hello to me while we were serving one day. But Miss Ryan and Dr. Fields and Miss Taganoff are the ones that have come to speak to us as employees. I don't know what other campus they go to talk to their child nutrition staff, but to me that means a lot. May 2nd was supposed to be Child Nutrition Hero Day. They've moved it to May 1st because May 2nd is a holiday. So please, if you're in your campus or your kids are in your campus, thank the cafeteria workers. They work extremely hard for our kids, for your kids. Please thank them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Bryant.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the mother of a 9th grade student at Veterans Memorial High School, where I also teach 9th grade. I'm here today to speak in defense of our librarians. My daughter loves to read and checks out books from the library frequently. My colleagues have articulated the importance of our librarian, Ms. Thompson, better than I could. I've been a teacher since 2017, and I can tell you our kids are struggling to read and write. COVID, phones, and AI have greatly added to those struggles. Librarians help promote and improve literacy in our students. By removing librarians from our campus full-time, you are sending the message to students, stakeholders in our community that ensuring access to libraries and their resources, including our incredibly knowledgeable and helpful librarians, is not important enough to fully fund. The short version of that message to students is that reading and researching are not that important. Taking away full-time librarians will not attract parents to our district, help improve test scores, and most importantly, will not grow our students into curious, lifelong learners and good global citizens. Librarians help our students and teachers in a multitude of ways. They provide an alternative learning setting, help with resources, and provide a safe space for our students. We are a one-to-one district without tech support on campus, and librarians have helped fill that role. Without librarians, school is not a school. If you choose to remove full-time librarians from our school, our students and teachers will suffer. We should work to make budget cuts in a way that does not so directly impact our students. Thank you.
Next is Erica Silva.
Good evening. My name is Erica Silva, and I am here on behalf of Carissa Wells. Good evening, members of the board. I am the Veterans Memorial High School Department Chair, a teacher with 10 years of experience and holds a Master's of Education in Curriculum and Instruction. I want to express my serious concern regarding the proposed adoption of the 6th through 8th grade mathematics and Algebra 1 curriculum. I respectfully ask that you consider the following issues before making a decision that will have long-term consequences for our students and teachers. First, the process by which this curriculum was introduced raises concerns about transparency and inclusivity. The district notified schools late Friday to gather teachers for a meeting the following Monday. The Algebra 1 session was scheduled for 4 p.m., a time when most high school teachers were still teaching and therefore unable to attend. Many educators who wanted to provide input were not given a fair opportunity due to the short notice and lack of substitute coverage. How can a decision that directly impacts teachers and students be made without proper representation? Second, it is troubling that the feedback provided by the teachers who were able to attend was not meaningfully considered. Many middle school teachers are currently using this curriculum and have expressed strong dissatisfaction with it. This sentiment is echoed by educators across the state. If teacher input is being sought, why is it being disregarded? Third, the curriculum itself, Bluebonnet Learning, developed by Carnegie, Inc., has several pedagogical issues. As of last year, it did not qualify for HQIM status due to its alignment with Common Core standards. Although it has since been revised to meet Texas TEKS, the curriculum still assumes a level of prior knowledge that many of our students do not have. It lacks flexibility and limits differentiation, which contradicts our district's commitment to meeting students where they are. Adopting this curriculum would be especially harmful at the high school level, where individualized instruction is critical to student success. I served on the committee that helped transition our curriculum from 5x5 model to a full year schedule. Why did we invest all the time and effort only to replace it with a scripted, prepackaged program? I am an experienced teacher with a proven record of preparing students for the STAR exam. Why is my expertise and that of many other successful teachers being dismissed in favor of a one-size-fits-all curriculum? If there are instructional gaps among certain teachers, that is where the curriculum and instruction team should step in with support, not by imposing a scripted solution on everyone. Otherwise, what is the role of the C&I department if not to collaborate with and empower our educators? I've posed several questions tonight and deserve thoughtful consideration. Before you vote, I urge you to reflect on how this decision will impact not only the test scores, but student growth, teacher retention, and the very integrity of our instructional practices. Thank you for your time and your service to our schools.
Thank you. Jennifer Eckert.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm here as a Judson ISD resident and voter to talk to you as well about your librarians, because I have heard that you're considering removing them, cutting them as part of budget cuts. And while I completely understand the strain that Texas public school budgets face at this moment, I want to urge you to look for a different solution. I don't know when the last time you were in any of your Judson ISD libraries, but if you go regularly, you will see many wonderful things happening. You'll see librarians and teachers collaborating together, something many people have already spoken about today, to teach the curriculum. Having certified school librarians on staff is having another teacher on staff that supports all grade levels and subjects and students. If you visit your libraries, you'll see students using this space to check out books, study, do research, explore maker spaces and STEM challenges, which other people have spoken about as well, participate in book clubs, other student-led organizations, or to take time for their well-being and just sit in a quieter space that doesn't make a demand on them for a moment. You'll see librarians helping kids find the materials and resources and information they need, whether that's research materials for assignments or something that they are just interested in pursuing on their own. You'll see librarians working on reading programs and incentives that inspire students to become lifelong readers and learners You'll see librarians researching the best books to add to their collection so that it meets the needs of their whole school community. You'll see joy and engagement, creativity, and exploration. You'll see that the library is the hub of the school. Someone mentioned already that multiple studies across many decades consistently show that students with access to well-resourced school libraries with certified librarians consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized assessments. Underserved students and students of vulnerable populations see even bigger gains from having access to not only a library, but a certified school librarian. You can easily find these studies and articles about them with a quick Google search, or of course, you can ask a librarian and they would be happy to help you. That's what we do. The data doesn't lie. Having a full-time certified school librarian makes a positive difference in academic achievement for all students. Meanwhile, the data also shows that the loss of school librarians results in a decrease of reading scores. You have wonderful librarians here. I know many of them personally, and several of them are here tonight, and they were cheering on their students, the basketball players and wrestlers, and all the kids they've made connections with. Our Judson ISD libraries are the heart of the school community, creating meaningful learning opportunities and experiences for all students. Please don't leave them dark and cold. Thank you.
Next is Nicholas Crawford II.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Crawford II. I was born in Ohio. I moved here to Texas about 4 years ago, and I am a sophomore at Veterans Memorial High School. In elementary school, I definitely struggled with reading a lot. The words confused me, and as such, whenever I was required to read a book, I would always read the simple things, picture books or other things that did not have a lot of words. My librarian was the one who encouraged me to read more. She taught me above-level books that she not only knew I was able to read, but she also knew that I wouldn't be interested in reading. She pushed me above my grade level, and now I'm in honors classes with some of the best grades in my level. On the 9th grade English star, I scored in the 99th percentile. Now I'm in high school, and I recognize that our librarian, Ms. Thompson, is the heart of our school. Our library is very beautiful, well-maintained, and organized because of her efforts. It's often used to host class discussions. She also uses her efforts to talk to students, helping them find books they would like to read, as well as recommending some herself. She also partakes in book clubs with students, showing her commitment to the kids that she teaches. The library is also a very welcoming place, being the site of many different cultural events and celebrations in our school, such as Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Pride, Women's History Month, and more. Without her, the library would go from a fun and loving environment to something empty without anyone's guidance. School librarians are more than just bookkeepers. They take on many teacherly roles and are able to help kids with possibly the most important skill learned in school. While English teachers give kids the ability to read and write, librarians are able to inspire, showing kids what to do with that skill. In short, both librarians in their domains deserve proper funding and respect from the board and other staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent report. Dr. Fields, bond and construction report first.
Yes, ma'am. First up, Mr. Brooks will brief us briefly on the bond and construction report. Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir, Dr. Fields and board. As far as the construction report, the thing I'd like to highlight is we had opportunity with the board, along with some others, to tour the Selma Elementary School to see the progress that's going on out there. So we just definitely want to thank Nunley and Alamo Architects for all of the work that they're doing. And with that, I stand ready for any other questions you have.
Can I have my, thank you. All right, anyone, any discussion, questions? Guess not, all right.
Yes, ma'am. Next up is the intruder detection audit. We had several schools that were inspected during the last month, about 6, and all of them were had no findings. So there's nothing to report in terms of our inspections. And then, next on the agenda, I did ask due to the conversation, Ms. Garcia and Dr. Goss to put together a presentation for bullying. So if I can have them both come up and brief, please.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Fields, and Board of Trustees. Ms. Garcia and I would like to talk a little bit about the bullying prevention programs and the things that the district has in place in relation to David's Law, as well as TEA bullying prevention. Just to give a little bit of an overview, understanding David's Law and understanding the components that it added, it expanded the bullying definition to include a larger definition of bullying being a single significant act, and so it required us to change some of the ways in which we identified bullying at campuses. It added cyberbullying as a criminal offense, redefined the counselor's impartial role, meaning they can be a non-reporting party so that they can be a counselor, which is one of the reasons that when bullying is reported, it is actually reviewed and goes through the 6-step analysis through our assistant principals or another administrator on the campus, which is a process that we do have in place. It mandated anonymous reporting on our campuses, which included the Stop It reports that we have. It is an anonymous way in which students or pretty much anyone can report an incident of bullying or anything that is going on the campus that someone may need to address. It does require a 48-hour parent notification and request us to implement a bullying process to investigate, and the district has adopted the 6-step analysis for this. As far as TEA mandates and updates and compliance, in 2023, TEA required curriculum implementations, which we have the curriculum there provided that we utilize. It also does require that surveys are conducted. Surveys are conducted yearly, and I will share that data with you as well. We do provide the surveys on bullying every single year at all of our campuses, and so I have that information to share with you also. Our local committees review our safety culture and bullying prevention, and this also includes the referred to a few minutes ago of our behavior threat assessment teams, which we do have at every single one of our campuses. In fact, we are part of the pilot program for the state Sentinel program to begin to utilize their system for managing the BTA process. So those have been in place for some time. In fact, most all of our campuses have just completed the new training sets through the Office of Safety and Security for that particular portion. We also utilize the checklist for bullying identification here in Texas, and it is a Texas state checklist that is used. So these are all compliance components with TEA that TEA put into place in order to ensure that schools were in compliance with David's Law. Our framework for this is to provide training for our students, our staff, and our parents to ensure people are aware of the anonymous reporting. I can tell you, and sitting in on the Superintendent's Advisory Council this week, we were talking about the Stop It reports, and all of the kids know how they can report bullying on the campuses. The students that we spoke to in that meeting could speak to all of the different resources that our counselors have provided in this particular area. So that was comforting to know that they are aware of some of the resources that are there. Our administrators are trained on the 6-step analysis protocol for the investigations, as well as our local campus committees, which are the prevention committees. And also, we have had multiple parent engagement, JISD table talks about bullying. We have had, I believe, one each year for the last 2 years that we have been providing for the community to attend as well. Currently, we are in full compliance with David's Law requirements. We have successfully completed the 2023 TEA minimum standards for bullying, as well as provide administrator training that dealt with some of the changes due to the mandates at our leadership summits, both in the last 2 years, and that has also been reviewed at principal meetings as well. We do have low incidence of confirmed bullying cases. Please understand that a confirmed bullying case must go through the 6-step analysis, and it must meet the definition in order to go into any of our reports about bullying. So it does have to go through that process. We do continue to promote clear and distinct differences between conflict and bullying at the campuses through some of our character education and the work that our counselors do on the campuses. We encourage active parent participation and provide ways in which parents can help to support that as well through the counseling offices. And we do monitor and look for improvements in our prevention strategies. I do want to share this. I know this is a data that we collected from the campus principals directly. This is this year's data. All of our campuses have completed their surveys. I do want to point out that in terms of the prevention committees for bullying, the state does not mandate how many times that committee must meet. However, you do have to meet at least once. Some of our campuses, I know Hopkins was mentioned specifically tonight, they actually have 3 meetings that have been scheduled this year, one of which was held on October 9th, 2024, January 22nd, 2025, and Hopkins will hold their last bullying prevention meeting this year on May the 21st, 2025. And they are in compliance with that as well. Many of our campuses, as we get ready to go into the next year, this is the time that we begin to prepare our campus improvement plans for the next year. And so some of our campuses do have their meetings scheduled. You will see Judson High School and Wagner have their scheduled. They are scheduled for May as we get ready to go into the planning season for next year. So some of the campuses do wait until the spring. They prepare that prevention and it goes in. I will also say almost all of our campuses except one combine this typically with their district site or their campus site-based committee as they meet. All of the campus improvement plans, part of the requirement for that is that it does provide information and ways in which we can help to prevent bullying, which also supports the compliance of this area. Ms. Garcia and I stand to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there questions? Yes. Okay, Ms. Stanford?
Okay. So do we have someone that makes sure we're meeting the David's Law requirements? Is that who oversees?
Yes, all of our David Laws requirements are listed in our prevention guide. So we are in compliance with all of the David's Law compliance. The curriculum, the reporting timeframes. So everything that Dr. Gosh mentioned earlier was a checkbox of what is part of David's Law, and we are totally compliant with everything that we should be doing.
Okay. So what do they have to do at these meetings? And who makes sure they're doing, who oversees the meetings?
The local committee meetings were new last 23-24 school year. So we started implementing them last school year, and this is our second year. This school year, we started collecting the data. The principals are responsible for conducting the meetings. We provided the training for them and explaining the process and what should be scheduled in a meeting and reviewing the survey data. It's really a culture-based meeting to improve the culture of the campus. So we did collect the data to ensure that they have been meeting the requirement. We had not been asked in the past, but we are focused. Next year, we are going to try to collect it electronically in a different way so that we can have reports for the board or for anyone that needs them immediately. So this is new to us since last school year.
So we can see if they're being impactful.
So there are certain things that have to be covered on the agenda. So like currently, right now, they're submitting their agenda and we're going over the culture, they're going over the culture surveys. It's really about showing how and what we have in place so students know how to report bullying. So it's like a checkbox of everything that we're doing, and we're getting feedback from the students that are part of the committee and the parents. So yes, there's no true definition. Every campus, it depends on their needs of their campus as well, too. Some may be seeing bullying cases, some may not have as many bullying cases. So it's really to work on the culture of the campus and looking at the needs.
I would add to that the campus improvement plans incorporate a lot of these strategies that they're using in order to do this, and those require quarterly reviews to kind of show progress as to how they're doing within each year in meeting those goals that they place inside of those campus improvement plans. And many of these are combined with that site-based committee that actually sets those goals that are related to the mental health and wellness as well as the bullying components for students.
It sounds like there's a threshold that has to be met before something is called bullying. So do we have ways of addressing the in-between things like was shared tonight by a parent whose child is being bullied to the point that she's thinking of ending her life? That's apparently not reached the threshold of bullying.
So that's a complicated case that I'm not going to share details because there is some history. So we do have very different thresholds. So we have, that's why we try to explain the difference between conflict and bullying.
Yeah.
So we have thousands of cases that come in that parents or students think that they're being bullied. So we have to know the difference between conflict and bullying. We provide a structured setting to be able to address what is conflict. And there are different thresholds for bullying. It could be that somebody's taunting somebody with words or pulling their hair. But what we really look for is the imbalance of power. So there are very different thresholds. The state even has different thresholds for us on how we report. So in our discipline coding as well, too, we have codes that the state recognizes as like severe bullying that meet that threshold, that are Tech 37, I believe, off the top of my head. And there's some that don't meet that are at a different level, at a lower level. So we have different ways to code it as well, and we have different solutions for things that are presented. We do have a lot of systems in place to be able to address it. And we even added additional thresholds that other districts don't have, because there are certain things that can be seen as at a higher level that can pose a mandatory placement for alternative campus, and there's some that are discretionary. In our district recently, we have added to be able to send students that are normally a discretionary bullying situation if it meets all of the criteria and it is severe enough that we've deemed in the district.
I just want to make sure that we're protecting students while we're going about the process of figuring out what's actually happening.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
what we're going to call it is, are we taking action to intervene with a student that's
Yes.
having issues like that?
Yes, we put safe and supportive plans in place, and we ensure that we're helping both parties, right? If there's a bully too, there's something going on, and we don't want them to continue to have those actions, so we help both parties, both students. But we do have several systems in place, and every situation is different, but we do have very different measures to be able to help our students.
And just one other comment. I've been to some of your table talks, which they're incredible. They provide really good information for the community, but it's difficult sometimes to get parents out and to the school. And I'm just wondering if y'all might consider having some of those on Zoom, so that you might, experiment with that if you haven't already, to see if you could pull in more participation, because the information's really, really good.
Thank you. Yes, we did conduct a survey in one of our last table talks, and they did ask if we could record them or stream them live. So we will be working on that for
Good.
next school year as well, too.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Salinas.
I understand we're doing a great job with this report. My concern is, we had a parent here tonight in tears because her child was being bullied, I guess in the fifth grade. Now, I think she moved up, and I guess there's the same group of students. They continuing the bullying. I have a concern about that. Why hasn't it stopped? If it started in the elementary, now it's gone up to the middle school. That should not be happening. And we're almost at the end of the year. Why wasn't this taken care of? I don't know whether it's at the beginning or now they're just doing it. This should not be happening. Somebody is not taking care of the problem. And those students that are doing the bullying need to be taken and talked with the parents and said, we're not going to tolerate this. We're going to remove you from this campus because we're not going to allow you to continue bullying anybody. Thank you.
Mr. Macias. All right, Ms. Eaton.
Thank you, Madam President. What is she? Ms. Lee, thank you for coming in and talking to us. I appreciate that. I have a question, though. Before tonight, were you all even aware? I didn't think so. Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't think so, because I know that you would have taken measures to do what needs to be done. And then my other question is, because I've talked to a couple of principals, well, one AP and two principals, about these situations, what you're talking about conflict and as opposed to bullying as opposed to conflict, and conflict resolution, I believe is what the AP was explaining to me, is not reported in the same way as bullying. And then she kind of gave me a rundown of what bullying is, what's considered bullying and what's considered conflict. Are all our schools on the same sheet of music when it comes to the reporting?
Yes, ma'am. We have been following David's Law and following our reporting process for the last, I believe, 7 years or since I've been here. So every principal sitting out here that's out here still knows that we take our 6 steps analysis seriously, and everyone uses it faithfully, and we train on it every year and have reminders constantly throughout the year.
Yes.
And they also reach out to us for support when they need to, so they know that I'm available to assist, but we all do it within the 48 hours. As soon as something is reported to us, we follow the reporting requirements.
Okay. I mean, I know that because the board, we're required to take the training. And like even today, what did I have? Trafficking. I mean, we're required yearly to go log in and take it, the class that they sent us, and take a test at the end. So I knew that they were going through the training as well. But I was just curious as to when you all were informed of that situation reaching a magnitude of a child wanting to take their own life, you know, because I know we hadn't heard anything about it. So I just wanted to know what happened. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Macias.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I can tell you I really appreciate the hard work your office is doing, and I am very, very happy that we are in compliance. I mean, that narrative needs to be out there because people will say we're not, and we clearly are in compliance. But I will say the lesson that I've learned through the years regarding this issue is we have to now look at opportunities to do more. And that more is complicated with less funding from Austin, so that we can't put more resources when we're trying to just keep things the way we have them. Because certainly I talked with some community members, and they're like, why don't you have 20 counselors per campus? Well, there's a reason why we don't. We don't have the money to do that. But the issue is that students, from the ones that are being bullied to the ones that are bullying, both have social emotional issues. And as if you know, I've brought social emotional wellness as part of attacking this issue. But again, lack of resources make that a challenge. So I'm going to recommend that a couple of things. One, it is time. I've been working with my community to implement greater involvement from our parents and our community to help us address issues of bullying. Later on, we'll mention something on the ISS agenda item that I have that's also designed to find that student that's a bullying class that goes to ISS, and then we send them right back to the classroom, which in talking with teachers is a problem. So I'm seeing that change. But I guess the other part of it is we need to take this opportunity to create another layer, if you will, of engagement from our community, parents or community members, so that we can do more, because I think it's the right thing to do, for one. But secondly, we all know that the issues in our society, we can't control them as much as them being at home. So somewhere that community engagement piece needs to be in there. And this is next level stuff that it's exciting for me, because that could really be the key. The other part too for the narrative is that we're not exclusive. It's not like bullies are only at Judson ISD. They're everywhere in the state of Texas and in San Antonio. And even generations, I went through it and was bullied and stuff. So it happens. But these kids are hurting, and there is a parallel between the increase in economically disadvantaged students and more bullying from what I've seen in other. So there's more work to do. Question for you, and sorry for just going a little bit further on my dialogue, but trying to quantify incidents of bullying, we do capture that data per campus, correct?
Yes, and we have that data tonight. that is allowed to be shared right now.
And I guess I don't need to know specifically, just needing to know that you can't manage something if you don't have the data to see what it's looking like. And once we know which campus is the highest, then maybe some additional strategies or engagement or whatever we can do that Dr. Fields and staff will recommend. But clearly grants, I know that we've been awarded grants to help. You've led some of that too. It is an ongoing battle. And again, just to reiterate, complicated by less resources than we need, that we should have to address these issues. But again, thank you for your report.
I do want to say something real quick, that I thank you for being an advocate for counselors. Counselors do the preventative work with the bullies, but we also have to recognize that the administrators do the 6 steps analysis and all of the discipline part of the bullying. That's in compliance with David's law, so that the counselors can be impartial and do the mediations and work with both students, right? So I just want to say it is a huge task when administrators have to go through that packet and complete it, because it is very scripted, and then it has form letters that have to be sent out. But our data every year in the beginning of the year for the leadership or the summit, we share how many incidents are conflict, because we record that as well too, and how many have been referred to as bullying, and how many have met the criteria for bullying. So everyone is well aware in administration on what we're experiencing on the campus as well too.
And just a real quick plug, I did have a conversation with a parent that mentioned that their child was being bullied and expressed that concern. And so protocol is they have to interview the student. Okay, so what's happening? What are you doing to people? But they never interviewed the bully. So for an extended amount of time, the bully was still in that classroom. So obviously just reinforcing responsiveness, because on our end, we shouldn't be waiting to just talk to one party and never talk to the other one until 48 hours later or whatnot. It needs to happen sooner. So just a plug, just so you know that we do need consistency in being responsive, and I would hope that our staff acknowledges that there needs to be prompt responsiveness to these issues.
I agree. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Ms. Ryan, I heard you down there. No, I heard you speaking, so I'm calling on you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You know, I love our counselors. You know, having raised 5 daughters in this district, I have become very close to many of our counselors because, you know, there's always situations that come up, one this week already, and having them as a resource. So, you know, like when I saw cutting middle school counselors as an option on a budget slide, yeah, that's a non-starter for me. But a quote I wrote down is, if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a noise? And I know so many parents at so many different schools across all, very highly involved parents, all in the schools all the time. So if all of these things are occurring that are on all these meetings, if no one knows they're occurring, are they really occurring, right? Are they meeting the purpose and the intent of what David's Law was, which is being out there and forward that we are a district, we are a school, we are a campus, we're whatever, that is not, we are going to comply, we don't tolerate this. And so maybe it's more of a marketing issue where it needs to be on the marquee out front that, hey, anti-bullying committee is meeting, because we want to publicize that we are out there and that this is a priority for us. So I think if the parents who are in schools and don't know about it, that means definitely the rest of the community doesn't know about it. So maybe that's, you know, something we can do so that we don't have a perception that we're not doing these things. If they really are occurring, let's celebrate that. What else? I think the challenge, you know, for parents and for kids is that the kids' emotions don't care what the law says, right? Whether it meets your criteria for bullying or it doesn't, it feels the same in the heart of an 11-year-old girl at night, okay? And I have an 11-year-old at home who's dealing with a bystander, upstander, trying to prevent some bullying type issue, you know, at her own school. And watching my own child in tears has been rough this week, but I have an amazing counselor, so thank you, Ms. Blair. You know, dealing with those types of things. But, you know, when I look at our last panorama survey and I see that 44 of our 6th through 12th graders, 44% said it's difficult to get help if bullied, and 49% feel like they're likely to be bullied online. And that's almost 2,800 students respond to that. So that's not 100 kids and 50 kids are feeling that way. That is I can't do math, 1,400 students, over 1,400 students feel that way right now. So whether it's conflict or bullying or whatever it is, in their mind, to them, it's bullying, right? And that's what matters. So how do we get students to feel like they can get help, feel safe online, feel like they can upstand and not bystand when it's going on, feel like they can be a support mechanism for the other students and take their friend to the counselor and all those things? Because I don't feel like our students are feeling that right now. And it's not just a counselor thing. There's, 2 or 3, 1 on a campus? There's not enough, right? This is the teachers who are with them every day and the coaches and everybody else. There's lots of eyes on those campuses, so it's much bigger than a counselor issue. And I don't know what the solution is. I think there's got to be more so the kids don't have this perception, and then the parents don't have the perception because their kids are coming home crying to them. And we don't know how to fix it necessarily, so.
Thank you. We will continue to work on the culture.
Anyone else?
Is there any way we could just get an idea at some point what our protocol is, what our procedures are when we first hear of an issue, way before we label it as bullying? Because it sounds like there's a time frame there for it to go through all the screens before we decide what it is. But in the meantime, there's a child being injured in some way, so.
Yes, and we can share in your board notes with you what that 6-step analysis looks like. I believe we shared it a couple of months ago in your Friday notes, but we will be happy to share that with you again to be able to see that. It's a fairly long packet of information. It is something that is available. You can find the information on our website as well. It kind of gives you a brief description of that, but we will be happy to drop that in for you to be able to view that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what kind of intervention we have, what we do, how we step in while we're trying to define what's happening. What action can we take?
It's all listed. There's so many items. We try to condense everything in your packet. So there's a hyperlink in the 2-page document that has our protocol, and it shows what we do for students, for staff, and for parents. And we even put in all the links for like our curriculum for our prevention measures. Everything that has something, an action item that we do, there should be a hyperlink in your document.
Okay.
And then we also have a 1-page of how students report, what happens, how we do the Texas State checklist that's required for David's Law, and how we continue through the process. So we have to have a defined process, and TA monitors that. So if there's any bullying situations and they have questions, they go to our website to find that process. It's on.
Okay, if you could resend that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's important to note that the 6-step analysis isn't a forward-facing document. It's not one that's,
not.
correct?
Right.
Gotcha. It's for the administration. Gotcha.
We discuss it in general on the website, so the general information is out there, but it is not a forward-facing document. It is an internal document.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Dr. Fields, Parent Summit.
Yes, ma'am. Finally, I'd ask Dr. Johnson to quickly go over a brief summary of how the Parent Summit went on March 29th.
We held a summit for 3rd to 5th graders. It was a success. We had over 150 participants between parents and students. We had 14 district departments and a couple vendors on site. Child Nutrition did snacks and how to create culinary experiences. We had librarians on site, curriculum instruction, things like that. And we were able to gift, through donations, books, like a tremendous amount of books, to families to begin their home libraries. It was wonderful. And I just have to give a quick plug. We will be doing 3 pre-K kinder camps. I'll put it in the Friday notes next week for kind of like a kinder roundup. And so we'll send that information as well. And I stand ready to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I heard good things about that. Thank you for taking that on, Dr. Johnson. All right, next is consideration of consent items. I'll go down the row and ask if anyone has anything to pull. I personally am pulling 5E for Dr. Fields'
Yes, ma'am.
request.
Thank you.
Ms. Eaton, did you have anything to pull?
5R. I'm sorry. 5R members.
Mr. Salinas, was there something you wanted to pull?
Yes, I find it here. Oh. Oh, see?
5C.
5C.
Okay. Mr. Macias?
Mr. Salinas stole my item, yes.
Ms. Faulkner?
Q.
Ms. Stanford? Ms. Ryan?
If we're pulling C, then can we pull F because the results of C go into F? And then O.
All right, so I have on our scheduled vote, then will be items 5A, B, D, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, and S. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the remaining items.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Salinas, second by, I'm sorry. Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Mr. Macias. Yeah, you were on my mind a minute ago. If you'll go ahead and vote. Motion passes 7-0. Moving down to 5C, consider and take action regarding approving 2025 instructional materials adoption of mathematics materials selected by the Instructional Materials Committee for implementation in the 2025-2026 school year. Mr. Salinas, you pulled this?
Are we voting for, on this one, is that the blue bonnet?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Just for math.
I'm going to wait and see what I hear from the other constituents.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Macias, I know that you wanted to say something about this as well.
Yes. I did want to start off, but naturally I expect, Dr. Fields, you can offer some additional insight. First off, bottom line is, I think part of the recommendation is because there's a monetary incentive for us to adopt this curriculum.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you spell that out just a little bit?
The district would receive an additional, as usual though, for IMA, $171.84 per student. But when you adopt the state HQIM, there's an additional $40 per student that you would receive for adopting the Blue Bonnet, and then an additional $20 per student for adopting it and then being able to do training on it as well. Anything to add on that, Dr. Gosh, for IMA purposes?
So the $40 per student is for any of the items that are listed on the state adopted list. The $20 per student is only specifically for Bluebonnet, and it is designed to provide the consumable costs for the printing and the resources, as Dr. Fields stated. So that is the additional incentive for that, and you receive it for every student in the district, regardless of whether or not it is used at that particular grade level. The $40 per student, it will roll over from year to year, so you would gain those funds every single year. You're guaranteed. If you are adopting something off of the state board list, which there are items on this list aside from the Bluebonnet that are related to the math curriculum as well, that are other publishers. So I did want to point that out as well on this item. However, and so we would receive the $40 per student for those state adopted items. That would roll over if we did not use it all within that year. However, you can only use the $40 on the particular curriculum, correct. The $20 per student for the Bluebonnet specifically is only allowable for Bluebonnet materials, and it must be used within that calendar year. You do not get to keep those funds if they are not used.
Before we move on, I'd also, this is a recommendation from the curriculum and Instruction Department, Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders. So your recommendation on why this should be adopted, please.
Yes, sir. I'm going to start by saying that we have been struggling in math for several years now. It's one of the topics of things that we discuss when we start talking about our student outcomes and performance on STAR. And so in looking at 10 years worth of data, and this is it pre-COVID, after COVID, where are we standing and whatnot, one of the things that we really pay attention to is where our passage percentage is at the approaches, the meets, and the master's level. And so when we are looking at our passage percentage, and even though you may have a passage percentage of 80% for your campus at the approaches level means the students are approaching the grade level, not on grade level. That's what the meets percentage is telling us. So when I'm looking at the data, I really don't want to pay attention to what's at the approaches level because that means that the student is not on level for that grade level. So what we look at is where are we at the meets level? So the meets level is telling me that the student is on grade level and is prepared to advance to the next grade level and perform well. So when you have an approaches level at 80% and you have a meets level at 40%, that means that only 40% of the students in that grade level are on grade level. So that means that if they're not on grade level, at the approaches level, they're not prepared to do the work at the grade level that they are on and where they are going to for the next level. So one of the things that we have been looking at is, yes, the materials that we are looking at for what we're doing in our math, because math is one of the areas that we have the greatest need for growth. And so at the end of the day is, do we continue to do what we've always done and keep getting the same results? Or do we start looking at where the state continues to raise the bar for math? The rigor level is up here, and we have got to match the rigor level of where our students are being tested, not only on STAR, but also on SAT, ACT, and we have to match that rigor. When you add in the factor of the fact that we have a teacher shortage in the state of Texas right now, which means that we are one of the districts, or one of the many districts in the state of Texas that are hiring teachers under the District of Innovation banner, which means that we are getting teachers that may not have experienced the traditional route to getting a certification. When you're looking at that and looking at the number of teachers that we have on our campus that are not really well versed in they may have the content knowledge, but not well versed in the teaching pedagogy, or they may not have either one of them, we have to provide tools and resources that are going to fill the gaps that our teachers are experiencing when they're coming through an alternative certification. I will tell you that I was an alternative certified teacher. I came into education from the route of the corporate world. I can attest to the fact that good curriculum resources and support from the coaches that were on the campus and the teachers that are on the campus helped me to grow into a good teacher, which I felt, but I always wonder what happened with the kids that I had that first year when I was going through the internship. So what I'm talking about is providing good, strong resources that are going to help backfill what our teachers are experiencing and teaching the level of rigor that the state is expecting our students to perform with, and making sure that those are in our teachers' hands, but with also the level of support that needs to come for our teachers from our coordinators and the training that needs to happen with that.
I really want to turn this over to the board to speak. So, Dr. Saunders, could you just briefly speak on Eureka, its
Yes, sir.
relationship to Bluebonnet, and what we're adopting for now?
Yes, sir. So this is the recommendation of CNI through teacher voice. I want to be very clear about that. That's where the process starts, is teachers providing feedback to us on what has worked in the past, what they would like to see refined, and then moving forward. Just to remind you guys, when we're talking about Bluebonnet math, it is the structure and foundation of Eureka that we have already been using at the elementary level. There was a comment made during the public comment about it's built on core. Eureka and Carnegie are built on core. Bluebonnet is the Texas version of that. So in essence, what they've done is they've taken all of the core components from Eureka and Carnegie, and they've funneled it through to meet within 90 to 95% of the Texas TEKS. So I just want to be very clear, Carnegie is not what we're adopting. We're asking to adopt Bluebonnet, which is the Texas version of Eureka for elementary and Carnegie for secondary, but patterned after Texas TEKS.
Well, thank you for that. And my commentary is on this, again, I just want to tell the employees that came forward to speak, I appreciate their input. We always want to hear from our employees about their concerns. But two things that noted is that there's still, it appears, a disconnect in speaking with some of them, because when they came up, they were like, we weren't involved in the process. And mind you, I understand there is a process, right? But it sounds like we've thought thoroughly through it. I say the thing about process because, again, that's opportunity. It's opportunity for us to engage our teachers and our employees in something, because what you don't want is not to have that buy-in from our staff and teachers, and then all of a sudden it's undermined. I'm also going to state that TEA has raised the bar, and TEA is the one that's promoting this particular curriculum. It's a benefit that we will receive some revenue from it to help. And Dr. Duhart-Doppin's point of grade level attainment, which has been a concern for me, especially in middle school, where we've had a lot of challenges. I don't like necessarily being a guinea pig, but I also know we have to be innovative in our approach in trying something. So we're in a tough spot, but the other part, just for the sake of the community, the biggest concern when, in fact, I met with the editorial board, and they kept talking about Bluebonnet and how we can't accept one without the other, like reading, but we can accept just the math portion of this Bluebonnet?
Yes, sir.
And that is, I assume, less controversial than the reading portion of it? Okay. And I just want to be clear, because, I mean, that's important for the community to realize. I'll yield for now. Thank you.
Let's see, Ms. Faulkner? No, I'm
think it's
sorry, Ms.
me.
Stanford.
Yeah. I was in favor from everything I read in the agenda, and I was going to try to get clarity on the numbers, but I've been given pause now to hear from some math teachers who are questioning it, and I'm just wondering, I don't know how many are, but I'm just questioning now how much buy-in we have from our teachers, and that's what I would want to get a level of confidence about, to make sure that we have buy-in, that they see the value, because they're the ones that are going to be using it. So now I'd be inclined to want to hold to get more information from the people in the trenches that will actually be using the curriculum. So that's where I sit right now.
In terms of the review of the materials, the invitations for the review of the materials was sent out on January 22nd to all of the campuses. And on February 2nd, we had a review of all of these materials. We had 130 elementary teachers attend that session, 21 middle school math teachers attend that session, and 13 high school teachers attend that session. So I just wanted to just kind of give you an idea of the folks that were invited to attend the meeting, and then those that came, and how many we had that actually reviewed this before the committees began making the recommendations. And I know Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin can speak to the other portions.
And what kind of feedback did y'all get from them?
We got a great deal of feedback. And just to add to that, the times were also staggered. We had 3:30 for elementary, 4:30 for middle school, 5 o'clock for high school. So I don't want it to be said that we set this meeting up at a time when teachers could not attend. We got lots of feedback. I'm going to be very honest with you. The bulk of the feedback we got from elementary was, we're on board because we've already been doing something very similar to this, because remember, they're not the same product, but they are built on the same structure.
Yeah.
The feedback we got was, we want more PD, more thorough PD, and we want the PD earlier as opposed to later. Please don't give us the PD in August and you expect us to turn it around in 5 days when kids come into the building. So we really leaned in heavy to the PD component. I will tell you, some of the other feedback we got relating to other products was, it felt like they were very teacher-heavy with preparation. And as you know, with recent House bills that have been passed, we have to be very careful about what we're asking teachers to do in that initial lesson preparation. So as far as elementary is concerned, the bulk of the feedback we got was, please help us out with the PD. We want it sooner, we want it more frequent, we want it more thorough.
Do you feel that this curriculum lends itself more easily to our being able to do that for the teachers? Or
I would say for elementary, they are fairly well-versed because, again, we've been doing something very similar, not the same product, but we've been doing something very similar. So I think we're at the point now where we are able to refine for teachers who have been with us for 2 or 3 years. And then with their feedback, we're also able to better develop professional development for new teachers coming in, right? Like these teachers who have been doing it for 3 years are like, okay, you need to tell these new guys X, Y, and Z, because you didn't tell us and we had to figure it out.
Yeah.
So we're able to really refine that process. I feel very comfortable with the feedback that we got.
how about middle school? How did they?
With middle school, with the same type of feedback that we got, because the 2 campuses that we have already using that product, the approach to how they were brought into the PD portion of it was something that they shared with us that we need to do something different. So we did sit down and we have mapped out the PD starting in March, going into the summer and closing out in August on those PD days that we have. And we've been very deliberate about how that's going to roll out. And so we have put that before our principals. We're getting ready to share it with our department chairs and whatnot, so they can see that it's not just one and done in August. You're going to get some in May. We're pulling people in to look at some things in June. You're going to get a little bit more in July, and we're actually going to be paying people to come in July, doing a little bit more in July, and then we'll have a few days in August that we are going to be working specifically on getting them knee-deep into the curriculum. So the feedback on the professional development, we've listened very well to that and made sure that we did that for our teachers, and as well as ongoing, not just get it all right now at the beginning of the year and we don't see anybody again until next year, but having it throughout the year.
Okay.
High school, we did have several high school people that did show up, and the feedback that we got from them is that, yes, we have a lot of people that are teaching Algebra 1 right now that are not well-versed in Algebra 1, and this is going to provide some of that foundational pieces that you would get.
But it sounds like it's not just the curriculum itself, it's how we prepare the teachers and equip
Right.
the teachers
We call
for
it the what and the how. The what is the curriculum's resource that you're getting. The how is that delivered in the classroom setting.
And does this curriculum provide some PD along with it, or do we have to
Yes.
do all that ourselves?
Yes, that was part
That's
of
the
the plan.
$20 part we were talking about.
Okay,
Ms. Nick.
okay. Okay, well, I'll stop for now.
Ms. Faulkner?
So a lot of the questions have already been answered. So can you just, somebody elaborate on, because I'm trying to piece it all together, especially just so everybody can hear and we can all have an understanding. How did we get to this decision? I know there was a committee, before that there was, so I need a time, like a timeline. And who all was involved and what was the subject?
I'd ask that first Dr. Goss talk about the timeline with IMA, and then I need you two to talk about the involvement, once again, briefly, about how we incorporated the teachers.
I mean, y'all have already spoken to it and what the feedback was, but it sounds like we went to the district as a whole and in January, is that correct?
So what happens first is that typically in January, we send out information. The very first meeting that we have, we invite everyone to come in from the campuses to review the materials. So the very first meeting that we had was in February. It was February, I believe it's in here, February 3rd. And that meeting was set up with the staggered meetings for the campus personnel to come and review those materials and provide the feedback that was necessary for that.
And that's a lot of materials.
That's a lot of materials.
That's like every choice, right? Everything that's available, not just Bluebonnet, correct?
It's not necessarily everything that's available because we
What
have to,
y'all
from the
narrowed it
approved
down
list.
to, right,
Yes.
right. That's what I meant, I'm sorry.
Yes.
But it wasn't just Bluebonnet. So they came in, they looked at the choices, and that is where the feedback comes in, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then there was a follow-up meeting after that where, at the district level, through the curriculum instruction and through their components, they sit down and they disaggregate that information, look at it, review that, go back and have more conversations with teachers. April 2nd is the final meeting where it kind of comes together and you kind of say, okay, here's all the components from all the feedback, and then you ask the district committee to essentially ratify the votes of what that information looks like in order to get to this point to say this is what is being recommended by the district.
Can you describe the district committee makeup for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Essentially.
Yes, the district committee typically has, it includes, it's actually on the last page of your
Okay,
information,
I'm asking a
and it
question.
lists the members of that.
I have the floor,
It
thank you.
includes folks from CTE, special education, ELL, elementary curriculum, secondary curriculum, all of our curriculum specialists, academic trainers from the campus, instructional program coordinator. I actually sit on the committee in terms of that component. As a voter, and then our directors of secondary and elementary education, and of course, Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin.
Okay. And so the last question I have before I run out of time is, what are the thoughts about the comments about algebra?
There's a piece that was said that I want us to talk about just a moment. There was a comment about what are we doing for all learners? How is this differentiated? I think 2 different individuals mentioned that. And that comment, when you're talking about just Bluebonnet, it's accurate. Bluebonnet alone is written at the standard, the rigor, and level of the TEAG. You have a program coupled with it, Mathia in secondary, that provides for that intervention process. So whether that's scaffolding down or scaffolding up, that component is built in within Mathia. Now, I will also say Bluebonnet learning across both elementary and secondary has differentiated pieces in there as well. But we are also talking about an additional component to allow teachers to differentiate.
I'd also add to Ms. Faulkner that this isn't the first time with an implementation like this that, the teachers were apprehensive. When we moved to Eureka, there was a lot of apprehension as well. And it change is uncomfortable. So it takes a while to get into the groove and understand. I do understand the component of someone showing up with a scripted way, this is how you're supposed to do it. But we can make this our own as well. But this is the HQIM that's being recommended by the state. And we're not the only district in the local area, due to Ms. Ryan asking us some pretty poignant questions, that we're finding that are moving to it as well.
I saw that list. It was in the packet. Thank you.
And I would also like to add that we keep hearing the word scripted. And I want to caution us about using that word, because scripted means I can open up the book and read word for word. Teacher says this, students answer this, teacher says this. That is not how this is written. And they will tell you that if you had to follow the book, the textbook cover to cover, and you did it in a scripted format like we're hearing today, it'll take us 230 days to teach the whole book. That is not how it is written. There is a 150-day scope and sequence that is in there. You cannot go and just open up a book and read. Teacher say, student say, teacher do, student do. The way it's written is that you have to sit down and what we call internalization of the lesson, and you got to choose what works for your students and how it's going to work based on the scope and sequence that it's there. I will say that there has been a huge change in how we adopt textbooks in the state of Texas now. It's now under the State Board of Education. They have to make a recommended list of things. I will say that the list that they released was very limited at the beginning of this process. You didn't have a lot of choice on there. We looked at all the items that were on there, and I felt very strongly that this is not something we wanted to bring into our district because it was not at the level of rigor that we need to be at. The other thing that you have to realize that before this particular process that's been put in place now, we would not adopt textbooks but every 8 to 10 years. And so the textbooks that we have at the secondary level right now, the last time we've had a new textbook was 8 years ago, before STAR 2.0, before the changes in the SAT and ACT and the AP exam.
And so that's my last final, I promise, is what is the longevity? What do we predict? How long will be
So
this be
under this new
utilized?
process, it's every year. So every year, the State Board of Education will republish the list. Now, their rule says Once it's on the list, it doesn't come off the list. But it does require, so this is a one-year adoption, so we would be purchasing this, if approved, for 1 year. The proclamations of purchasing items for 8 years at a time, it's not a thing anymore. That is before the state board took it over. So each year, they assure us they're going to be adding more resources. So we may go through the same process next year of the IMRA process, which is what they call it now, where we bring everybody back in, we relook at Bluebonnet, we look at all of the other things, and we make another recommendation to say, hey, this is what we want to use for math for next year.
Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, I just want to start by thanking all the teachers. It takes a lot of guts to get up there to that microphone and speak up for your students and make sure that your voice is heard. Because obviously it's concerning because we did have the full list of who was on the committee in our packet. And so when I see people on the ratified certification of votes then get up and speak, that obviously raises some questions in my head. But I also want to thank district staff and our curriculum specialist over there too, because we are looking for new and innovative things, right? We got to throw everything on the table at this point. So I don't want you all to think that by bringing something new to the table and making recommendations, that's awesome. That's what we need you guys doing. And I'm excited that we can have a robust discussion about whether that's right for our district at this time. But I appreciate you bringing it to the table. Some concerns I have about it is a lot of it is the finance, and when I look at why other districts, some of the reasons other districts are not adopting it this year. Obviously, the financial cost, because $20 doesn't, you can only buy your consumables from 2 people, and those cost more than $20. So the net cost to our district for this, when we already have access to Eureka for free, is concerning. You know, with everything going on with the budget, this might not be the right year to throw a bunch of money into a new curriculum. Also very concerned about the lack of school districts that are adopting this. There are, if you look at the high A-rated, high-functioning districts, and this is not just locally, because any ISD is not doing it, and Northside, okay, it was in the news. They told the news they were not adopting it. Northside is not, Church Cibolo is not, Comal, which is super highly rated, A-rated district is not, and then a number of the other major districts across the state are also taking a pause here. So, you know, at some point, if everyone else isn't picking it up, all the big boys in the education world, then gives me pause as to, and I've talked to some friends in some of the other districts that were doing it. Some of them are doing it simply because they have a large number of LASSO grant schools and they get access to it. So, you know, at least 2 of the districts, that was the reason they were picking it up, was because it wasn't going to cost them money. Some other concerns are really the lack of parent and community input. Judson used to have a curriculum board committee, and we used to have parents and community members on it. And that kind of faded away with COVID, and it was never brought back. So when we have something as controversial in the media as Bluebonnet, and concerns being raised all over the state from families and parents and community members and other groups, making sure that they have a voice and be able to review things and express their thoughts, you know, not it just being on a consent agenda. I don't think a lot of community members, some of them did pick up that it was out. So if we're going to make this big of a change in our curriculum, it'd be nice to have some more community input on that. And I guess the other huge concern is, you know, I want to be data driven. And so we're only a couple years into Eureka, and we keep hearing, give it another year so we can see that longitudinal data, right? Because the student has to get 3 years of it to get the language down and really see the test scores. So to give up on another curriculum and go to another one, it's like, it's just, we keep doing this over and over in Judson, right? As the teachers always complain about, it's always a new curriculum, always a new curriculum. And it's like, we got them to drink the Kool-Aid of Eureka, and they're all in, and they're invested, and they're doing it right now. And it's like, now if we pull that, you know, and then they have to start something else, when we didn't even give ourselves enough time to truly see the data on it, and then not having the CMAT results. We paid hundreds of $1,000s to get a curriculum audit, and we didn't have the results of it. Well, if we paid for that and did this audit and we don't have the results yet, I don't know why we would change anything in our curriculum until we receive that audit, because we don't want to get another audit and put it in a desk drawer and not use it. So for those reasons, I don't think this fall is the time. I'd rather let those other A-rated Trailblazers or whoever else wants to go try this for a year. Awesome, great. And then once we see how that goes for the other districts, then maybe it's time to jump on. Or maybe just because we have 1 or 2 LASSO schools too that would be able to access it. And we did that with some of our other LASSO grants where we had them pilot a program and pilot a curriculum, and they could try it for a year or 2, and then we got to see it hands-on without doing it to all 20, schools or all 6 middle schools all at one time. So maybe that's another option too. But widespread, massive implementation with no pilot, that doesn't make me feel very comfortable.
Dr. Fields, if I may speak to the funding for that. I know for the elementary school last year, the Eureka is what we purchased, and the Bluebonnet that we are looking at here for the elementary is the exact same Eureka curriculum and the exact same books. Last year, we did spend considerably less on that because we were only able to buy the 3 student books, which are the 3 learning books. There's actually 3 different hands-on books that students can use in this curriculum. And last year, we were only able to purchase that for K through 2 students. Our 3 through 5 students were only provided with 1 practice workbook. And what we are looking at purchasing through this for this year, it would provide all 3 student workbooks for all of our students K through 5. So they would be receiving a lot more. And with those funds, we do have funds that have remained and are rolled over. I can say in looking at our current budget and our projections for purchasing textbooks this year as compared to last year with the IMA funds, even though we will be getting the additional funds, last year we spent right around $2.7 million out of the IMA fund on curriculum, and even in purchasing the Bluebonnet, we are projected to spend right around $2.6 million in this upcoming year. We do anticipate receiving $3.8 million out of our traditional IMA funds. We would receive an additional $900,000 for the $40 and an additional $450,000 out of the 20. And we do have rollover funds of about $770,000 from last year so that we can go ahead and order some materials. So our IMA account in terms of purchasing it is sound. In terms of the cost, it does seem quite high. I agree with Ms. Ryan, it does. However, when you compare what we are buying and you compare it to last year, it is not. It is just simply we are buying more materials so that the students have 3 workbooks as opposed to the 1 that they received last year. So the prices do look high, but it is due to the fact that we are buying more materials of the Eureka components out of Bluebonnet.
The original question was how much we would receive. Would we receive the funds if we don't adopt?
We would, if we do not adopt, we would not receive the $20 and we would not receive the $40 is my understanding.
We would still get the $171.
We would still get the $3.8 million. We would still get the
Eureka is
$171.84 per student. You still get your IMA funds and you can use those for technology materials, you can use those for textbooks, you can use those for other supplemental things.
That's
The
good.
$40 and the 20 can only be used on the state board adopted curriculum materials.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fields, just a comment quickly about neighboring districts. Education is a small world. So we asked everyone that are our counterparts in other districts, and I'm not going to name the 2 that we had a very lengthy conversation with, but the reason why these 2 districts who are right next door to us did not adopt Bluebonnet is because they have not engaged in Eureka. And they are not interested in an implementation dip when they're already struggling in some areas like math and reading, which we understand because we did that 3 years ago. So I completely understand the idea about not adopting it if you haven't been knee-deep in it like our elementary teachers have. And I just want us to be cautious about when we say things like neighboring districts. Our teachers don't work in neighboring districts. They work in Judson ISD. So when they give feedback to Judson ISD has to do what's best for our teachers. We don't need to respond based on what a neighboring district may be doing. We need to respond based on what our teachers are telling us they would like.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Salinas.
Mr. Salinas?
I have a couple of questions. The first one is, will the material, if we adopt this, will the materials be on time?
So the Bluebonnet materials, we are able, if this is approved tonight, it has been placed in IMA, it closes tonight. If we hit the submit button, they will be ordered and they will be here on time. This is the only curriculum that can be ordered prior to May the 15th, and it's the only one the state is allowing us to order this early to be sure that everything is received. So yes, sir.
When the meeting was, when they held the meetings, it was not required. It was voluntary.
It was
And
voluntary.
out of the high school, we only got 13 teachers that came by.
I have an attendance roster that says there were 13 in attendance, yes, sir.
Yes, okay. I know we heard from some of our teachers here tonight. Were those teachers in attendance? No mentioning names, I'm just saying, do you recall?
Somewhere.
According to the attendance sheets, they had to sign in by their name and also by their school.
Okay,
2 of our 3 high schools participated.
okay.
He asked, where's the gentleman that was here tonight? Was he on the list?
There was only 2 of the 3 high schools that had teachers at this meeting. I can't, not for the life of me, can remember the gentleman's name, but I know which high schools were there.
Okay, thank you.
He was there. Apparently, consensus is.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that the $20, is that for every student in Judson or just the ones that are going to take the math?
They give it for every student, so they look at your.
20,000 or 21,000?
So they will look at your October snapshot, and they will provide us with 90% of those funds at that time, based on our number of enrollment on snapshot date in October. They will provide the $20 based on 90% of that enrollment. If that enrollment maintains, because they're looking to make sure that you have more than 90% of your students attend the school year. At the end of the year, then they will provide those backflow funds to you.
Okay, tell me about the $40.
It works
Also for
the
every
same way,
student?
for every student.
The same thing?
The same thing for every student.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm glad I didn't go over my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Do you see any drawbacks in this? Do you see anything that might set us back a little bit? Do you feel you have a large buy-in from the majority of our teachers, or?
So we have 2,000 plus teachers in the district, and we heard from 3. So I'd say I would feel fairly confident that we have buy-in from teachers. I can tell you the one pressing matter that came up in elementary is help us with the PD. It was not, we're not interested in this, we cannot do this. It was, please help us with the PD. We need it sooner, we need it more frequent, we need it more thorough. So I feel like if the conversation was, we're not interested in this product at all, that would have risen to the surface. The conversation was, we need to focus in on PD.
And that was elementary, and how'd you feel about?
Middle school and high school, secondary, same kind of conversation. They want to know what is the rollout and what does that look like and what kind of professional development is going to be provided in order to ensure that this implementation is going to go smooth. But I will also say, as a former secondary teacher, that change is hard at the secondary level. They feel that they're experts, and they are. Most of the time, they have a degree in the subject, and they have the certification for the most part. But we do have quite a number more of DOI teachers in the secondary level. And my concern is, if you're looking at the data, is making sure that we have support at every level, more support than you could possibly ever need, and making sure that we have the things that we need to do. And then I also want to go back to, this board has tasked us with fixing the issue that we have in middle school math. That has been your mandate to us. I have taken it seriously. And so this is us, along with our department, that's saying, okay, we realize that we got to do something about middle school math. And this is the way that we are trying to approach it. But we cannot just focus on middle school math when we got 9th grade, Algebra 1, that's going to bottleneck us at the secondary level. So we've got to look at something for a solution from 6th grade to 9th.
Is there any practicality in doing it on a test campus, or does it have to be 100% rollout?
I'd like to
100%.
say, Ms. Stanford, one of the things that you asked a question, you said anything that we can foresee. What I remember distinctly is when we went to Eureka at the elementary level, it became this, we're going to pilot it at some schools opted out, some
Yeah.
schools chose not to do it. There wasn't the consistent implementation, and we had varying degrees of what we were doing at every campus. What we learned from that is that once we say that this is what we're going to go with, this is what we're going to go with. So I really don't want to put our toe in. I mean, we need to determine whether or not we're going to move forward. But once we say we're going to move forward, then it can't be optional again. We can't go through that half in, half out that we did the last time where we didn't have the implementation that we should have. So this is what's being recommended from our IMA side. This is what's being recommended from the people who direct our curriculum and instruction in the district. We can see that they did the due diligence in terms of talking to the teachers. I support them in this effort because they're going to be held accountable to make sure we get it done. And this is their recommendation.
Okay, and
Yes,
obviously you'll be following up
Oh, yes.
with teachers to make sure that they're handling it well and it's working for them.
Dr. Fields, I would like to clarify one thing. I think I misunderstood the question that was asked earlier about the individuals on the voting for the secondary campuses. So what you have there are all of the individuals that were to be on the committee. So whether they are there to vote or not, we certify the votes that are there. And so as Dr. Toppin said, we had 2 of the 3 high schools there. So I apologize I didn't answer that while ago correctly because I don't think I understood it until after. So the name is definitely on the list. However, the individual was not at the meeting to vote. So there is a no vote on that particular one.
Oh, so the individual was not at the meeting?
Was not at the meeting.
Understood.
And it's also my understanding that individual does not teach the grade level that we are adopting the curriculum for.
All right, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the 2025 instructional material adoption of mathematics materials selected by the Instructional Materials Committee for implementation in the 2025-2026 school year.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Mr. Salinas. If you'll go ahead and vote. Motion passes 5-2. Item 5E, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000. Dr. Fields, you asked me to pull this?
Yes,
You had
ma'am.
Something you wanted to?
On the last item, K-Log, from the Department of Innovation, we'd like to pull that for approval. We're not going to move forward with that recommendation. On the others that you see listed here, the Apogee, Texas Chiller Systems, CDWG, ClassLink, and Great Minds, we would like for those to be the ones that we go forward with a vote as we move forward, but not the K-Log, not the furniture.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Ryan?
On the chiller
Yes, ma'am.
system, since your response said we were starting to use the unallocated interest from 2016, is there a reason that couldn't be funded by 2016 bond unallocated?
Right, and what we're looking for is to move money from the contingency into unallocated, and that's where we would use the funds from. I'm looking at the Finance Department at this point, but we have the funding available in the contingency area. But when we had said before that we were going to limit the spending, that was for the 2022 bond because there's so much that was left as opposed to.
Correct, so no, so for the second one on here, the 126 $1,000 for the Wagner chiller.
Understood, yes,
Sorry, that
ma'am.
one
That
says
should be
local.
from 2016 bond.
Do
You
we
are
have enough
absolutely correct.
unallocated that we could pay that 126? We don't have to use local for that? I'm getting some thumbs up from the finance. I don't know if you saw them give you the thumbs up.
Oh, that was for the Chromebooks. I apologize.
No, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm not there yet.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm saying if we have enough, because there's quite a bit in the unallocated, I mean, there's a
You're
healthy
asking,
amount.
can we use the 2016 bond for those
Also,
as well?
for the Wagner chiller, because Wagner was on 2016 bond
Was this
anyway.
budgeted for in the maintenance department? Is this part of the budget for the maintenance department?
It's part of the maintenance work. Yes, it's budgeted for the maintenance department, but we can look into.
To see if we can reclassify? If we could move forward, Ms. Ryan,
Okay.
like we did last time, we will
Okay.
definitely go back, and if we can use those funds, we don't want to deplete them, but definitely if the money is there and we can take it out of a different account,
Yeah, use
we
those
will.
for some of
Yes,
these
Will
air
do.
conditioning. Mostly it's HVAC. That's
I get
mostly
you.
what we have problems with, right? Is if we can use some of that. thank
And that was
goodness.
part of the 2016.
Correct,
So you're right.
2016,
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
correct. My only, yeah, the Chromebooks, so I'm still confused on how we have enough laptops. So we went 1-to-1, and we approved 1-to-1. So I guess I'm confused on how we can put 30 of them in a classroom, because we don't have 30 kids in a classroom all day. So I don't understand how we have enough, I guess is my first question.
Okay, so the reason that we have enough is that this is a request that the middle school principals have had for quite some time. It is something that we have gone around and around about in terms of how to do this and how best to facilitate it so that the students have what they need. So when we did the lease program, we actually accounted for the fact that this is what the middle school principals had asked for, and so we made sure that we included enough Chromebooks within that so that we could provide this to the 6th and 7th grade students at that time.
Okay, I just want to make sure there wasn't going to be a big bill come August, and there's only 19 of them, and all of a sudden we're buying a bunch more Chromebooks.
No, I think we have them available.
on hand.
Yeah.
I already have them, I'm just waiting for the cabinets. Yes, ma'am.
And I guess I still just don't understand the academic I understand why to put them in carts. Don't get me wrong. I saw one topple down the stairs at Judson Middle School. Trust me, somebody's going to need a new Chromebook in the morning because it went today. So I get it from a physical computer breakage standpoint why this is an amazing idea. I don't get it from an academic standpoint, though, because do 6th and 7th graders just not have homework, right? Or do they just not have homework on their Chromebooks? And I don't have kids at every school at every level and all of that stuff. I know my daughter does 60 to 120 minutes of homework on her Chromebook every single day and hours on weekends, and that's just the nature of JSTEM. I don't know what honors classes at the other middle schools are like, or if they have CTE with kids in digital design stuff. So I know your email said, well, they can sign one out, so like, is my kid gonna have to go sign out a Chromebook every day if she doesn't get all her homework done in class? I guess that part I'm not understanding either from a student academic. Or are we just gonna up everybody's photocopier budget? Because trust me, I'd love to get rid of the Chromebooks and have math homework, not 2 pages to a page, double-sided, 4-point font. So upping photocopier, I'm good with that too.
So that is a question that, yes, we are looking at, what we do know is that what you put on paper with your hand is reflecting the thinking that critical thinking that you are engaging in. So what we are looking at is a mix of that the homework will be on paper, because we really feel like that kids need to have the opportunity to engage with journaling, which is what we were doing with your note-taking and all of that, but also to go through the process of solving problems by working through the steps and whatnot like that. So that is a bit of a change that we're going to be doing. However, to prepare kids for testing, we're still going to have to do all of our testing on Chromebooks to make sure that we are in alignment for what they're going to be seeing on STAR, SAT, ACT, and all those different things that we have coming up. But we have really looked at the data, especially at our middle schools, and looked at the data and like, where are we missing the mark with that? And so we truly believe in going back to what we say research says works, that putting pen to paper, putting pencil to paper is really getting kids to engage in the level of critical thinking that they have instead of just clicking buttons. Because what needs to happen is the level of thinking that needs to be challenged, the level of going through all the steps and doing that, instead of just looking at A, B, C, D and picking a letter and going on from there. So we're looking at changing the instructional environment as well as the way we even schedule in middle school for this upcoming year to incorporate these changes that we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a pen and paper math person, so is Mr. Willis of Veterans, by the way. So is those types of things. But then we've also gone and switched and done so much training with our staff on Nearpod and what's the other, I don't even know where you fill, whatever. There's a lot of technology for the assignments, not just math, that we've also paid for, gotten the teachers all trained on, had tons of PD. Well, if there's a Nearpod that's homework, well, all of a sudden, the kid doesn't have their Chromebook at home to do that Nearpod that we just taught the teacher how to coolly do, and it's that photocopier paper ever. Also, so I guess, I don't know, there's a lot of questions about how to execute this, and literally that photocopier paper budget is gonna have to go up. I'm telling you, I get these math pages at home, and they're 2 pages all on one double-sided piece of paper in 4-point font, and there is nowhere for my kid to do math. And it's not because the teacher doesn't want to, just her teacher has this much photocopier paper a year. And photocopier shortages are a real struggle for every teacher in this district. So if we're gonna do this, hopefully we're gonna up so that we can actually have math papers where they can actually
I would ask
do
you
their
to
homework.
remember that in the budget cycle. Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
I hear you, loud and clear.
Again, prioritizing money to learning outcomes. So
Exactly.
if a full-size piece of paper helps a student learn math, then that's where that dollar needs to go, is a piece of photocopier paper, because they're going to get more out of that than a lot of other things.
You're fast
Okay.
approaching your time, ma'am.
Yes, I think that was, nope, that's all I had. I didn't have questions on the other things on this agenda.
Any other questions on this item? I move that we approve expenditures equal to or greater than $50,000 with the exception provided by Dr. Fields for the K-Log request.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by, was that you, Mr. Macias? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Clear this. If you'll go ahead and vote. Yours didn't go, Mr. Salinas. You have to have strong thumbs up here. Motion passes 7-0. The next one is item F, consider and take action regarding approving the instructional materials allotment and TEAC certification for 2025-2026 school year. Ms. Ryan, you pulled that. Do you still need it pulled?
Yeah, because if we voted no on C, then we would vote no most likely on F, because Bluebonnet is in F. He knows what I'm talking about,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So-
But we approved C, so
So, yeah,
can
no
we move
discussion,
forward?
correct. But
Thank
those
you.
of us who voted no on C, I would be a no on F then, because Bluebonnet is
Understood.
in F, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't have, I mean, we've already discussed, so.
All right, so I move that we approve the instructional materials allotment and TEAC certification for the 2025-2026 school year. Right. Motion by myself, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 5-2.
Do you mind if we read these two after we do? Oh,
Item O.
no, these two are proclamations. Can we do those last? And then O was the other one pulled. If we could do that one before the proclamations.
We have O, yes. Item O, to consider and take action approving the construction services contract amendment supporting the Candlewood Elementary School Phase 2 interior renovations project in Bond 2016. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this.
I got your email back, but I guess I'm still confused. So
ma'am.
the proper sink height for a pre-K-er is whatever we said the sink height is currently there. Is that what you're saying? But if we want to lower it, we can spend more money?
I would tell you that the sink height for a regular classroom is the height in which it was performed. I don't want to say too much on how that happened without allowing Mr. Brooks to step in and maybe bringing up the facilities department as well. So, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir. I'd ask Mr. Moore to.
And a clarification, before
Yes.
Mr. Brooks starts, I want the rest of the board to know that this is all in the after discussion that we had in the February 20th meeting, where it was stated that the toilets were too high, the sinks were too high. So we immediately went over and started investigating the issue. So, Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir. So, as you stated, it's the bond-funded renovation at Candlewood Elementary, the 2 student restrooms. The design for those, for this project was conducted by Corgan. The project was built by Bandy, and this was done under previous administration as far as the design of the project. And so it was our understanding, based on the design, that this was going to be a like-for-like project, meaning once the project was done, it would mirror what it was originally. And when originally it was at the regular, I think it was 15 inches as far as the height of the toilets. We learned in the board meeting by Ms. Ryan that there was a concern about the heights of the toilets in that board meeting. And so, as Dr. Fields just said, we went out the next day and we did our measurements and all that stuff, and found that they were in fact within the 15 inches, but staff on the campus were saying that they seemed lower now than they did prior to the renovation. And so that's where I'll let Mr. Moore step in and kind of fill in the blanks and go ahead.
So forgive my lack of certainty at the last meeting. I can stand here before everyone here today and confirm with 100% certainty that this project meets all of the building codes, requirements, and any type of needs that were specifically addressed by the project. We also had 2 independent inspections, state inspections, verifying and checking the heights of the toilets, and we got confirmation that they were compliant. So at this point, we're recommending that some additional needs were identified, and we're asking that the board approve those additional needs. If there's time, we would also have the designer here too, if the board would like to ask any questions.
I would love for the designer to come up, Ms. Ryan, and kind of answer the question, so as he makes his way up. Basically.
Yeah, because I'm less worried about the toilet, I'm more worried about the sinks, right?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
toilets are within an inch or 2.
Understood.
I don't understand
Yes,
how
ma'am.
the
No, I
3-year-old is
think-
supposed to wash their hands.
I think I can also offer a little bit of clarification on that. So my name's Andrew Perez. I'm with Corgan Architects, so we're the
Yes.
architect of record for this project. And we don't have to talk about toilets if you don't want to talk about toilets. But as far as sinks go, the ADA kind of looks at sinks 2 different ways. So the maximum allowed height for a sink is 34 inches, which is the standard height of a sink in any given restroom, so on and so forth. You can definitely lower the sinks. However, you get into requirements for knee clearance for a wheelchair, which is a minimum of 27 inches. So you have a couple of inches of play, but depending on what sink gets installed there, you can't go too low, because then you have the opposite problem of it hitting the knees of the person in the wheelchair. And so there really is no advisory in the 2012 Texas Accessibility Standards, which is the governing document for this design, that tells us different heights for different age groups. So we fully acknowledge that you can lower a sink for a pre-K student. And again, just kind of going off of what Mr. Brooks had indicated, our direction, at least as we understood it during the design phase, was to go like for like. So what was installed was a fully compliant sink and toilet fixture. However, as Mr. Mora had mentioned, if the request was made to do what we can to lower those, we have already prepared a design for that. The contractor's on board and has priced that out. And so what this change order does is allows us to move forward with that, so we can get it lower as requested.
Are there any other options other than lowering the sink that would make it safe? You know, like at airports, I see like drop-down stairs or anything like that. Is there only one option, which is lower the sink
So
Or
I
any other options?
If I may, I actually have a 3-year-old myself, and so we had, and again, this is getting like into the weeds, so I apologize, but we had purchased this device that is collapsible and allows you to have your kid help you at the counter if you're preparing meals or something of that, to that effect. And it's got rails on it, and so it's a nice safety mechanism. I certainly will not dictate that the district moves forward with purchasing such devices, but I will confirm that they do exist. So I could imagine that you could buy something like that and put it up to the sink and have a little bit more of a layer of safety.
And flexibility with the room going forward.
100%, yes, sir. And if I may, one of the other logics behind the design of those restrooms is that if at any point in the future those classrooms are no longer serving pre-K students, let's say they go to first grade, then it is accommodating the greatest age range of students at the elementary level and not just pre-K students.
Yeah, I think I was just looking for something other than a sliding plastic IKEA bench.
We are more
which
than happy
Something
to-
a little more robust and safe. I mean, less than $80,000 safe would be nice.
We are more than happy to go back and relook at this and bring something back to the board that could be a little bit less costly. But the mandate, or not the mandate, the concern that we heard from the February 20th board meeting was that the sinks and toilets were inappropriately out of compliance. So I literally got in the truck and drove over with a ruler.
And I do. I think
And
that's the hard part because the education code does list heights for pre-K,
They do.
preschool, and so
They do list heights for pre-K, but those are for predetermined rooms that are pre-K rooms. They may use these rooms as pre-K rooms.
Yeah.
But in terms of the design, and the design was put together under the previous administration. And what we did was take that design, and that's what we put out for the general contractor to perform. So they went in and did the design that was agreed to originally.
Yeah,
When that
and
was
I think
put
we've got a whole new team too, right? Which is, how we communicate between that whole line of, what our vision, right? Like, this is what we're gonna use certain spaces for, and then you guys come back with expert ideas about how to keep it flexible and do those types of things. And this is a whole new team who's now doing this, not that,
Yes.
none of the people who designed this are here anymore. It's now
But
this
what
new
we
team.
put out for the general contractor when this was approved, what was approved was the design that was already put together. We didn't redesign it.
Correct,
When we
yeah.
came in.
Yeah, so I think, these are, anytime anything does get a little off, it's a great opportunity to learn something and add something to your process, so I think, thinking through what we are going to use rooms for and make sure we communicate that to both our architects and our contractors will be important conversations that we have in the past, in the future. What were the other two things on there on the bottom? Were these like add-ons? If they're going to do more of something, we might as well have them do these two things too, the fan?
Right, we did not stop at toilets and sinks.
Sidewalk.
May I?
Yes.
When we met with the principal and the custodian over at the campus, when concerns were brought up about the campus, these were items, the sidewalk was brought up as one, but then while we were in there, they noticed, as you see, the teacher's lounge exhaust fan, it was discovered that it wasn't working, so they wanted to go ahead and take care of that while they were there as well. So those two items were not in the original scope, but you're right, we wanted to go ahead and take care of those while we're there.
Okay, so if we don't approve this, because the two things left are like under 50,000 type things, y'all could just go find somebody to go put in a fan and find somebody to do a sidewalk type thing, right?
I would ask that.
Or,
Yes, ma'am.
no, please, what would you recommend? What would you recommend as the process?
I
and do
would
you need
ask,
us?
give us time to bring back the entire one.
Entire thing?
And
Okay,
yes, ma'am,
okay.
and we will look diligently at the most economic way to get this fixed. I will tell you, though, now that we know that those are issues as well, we're going to try and get those fixed.
Okay, yeah, it just you may not need us to get it fixed, because of the dollar amounts. You may
Bingo,
be able to go
the largest
do it
dollar
yourself.
amount was the one with the sink. So if we can, because I really would like to come up with something else, so at other campuses, if other rooms are dedicated as pre-K rooms, then we don't have to find ourselves trying to lower every sink across the district.
Yeah, so with school almost
Yeah.
being out, I know I would be very happy to just we'll get through the rest of the school year the way it is and give you all some time, as how, sorry, since I'm the one who brought this up a couple months ago, I would be happy to just let y'all have some more time to come up with maybe some cost, or at least
Yes, ma'am.
less cost
Yes, ma'am.
options, but still safe. Thank you.
No,
Ms. Danver?
whenever I worked with people that were building a home, one of the first things I would counsel them is stay away from change orders. Just do not do that, because it ratchets up the cost of your home much more rapidly than you realize. So ripping out fixtures, replacing sinks just didn't appeal to me if we don't have to do it. Plus, it sounds like the building would be much more flexible if we did not do that, and just use something temporary to take care of the little ones while we're using them for little ones.
You're absolutely correct.
So I would be in favor of not doing that rip-out stuff, replace stuff, and maybe just do the repair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's it.
So what I'm hearing is that we are going to pull this item and not vote on it tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am,
All right.
please.
Make notice on that. All right. We have item Q and item R, which are proclamations. Item Q, consider and take action regarding approving the proclamation declaring May 2nd, 2025 as School Lunch Hero Day. And we need a motion.
Is it May 1st now?
It's
May
May
1st.
1st now. Yes,
May
sir.
1st.
Yes. The agenda still says May 2nd, so let me correct that.
We
Declaring May
couldn't have-
1st,
yes,
2025
May
as School
1st.
Lunch Hero Day.
I move that we
Approve the proclamation.
approve the proclamation declaring May 1st, 2025 as School Lunch Hero Day.
Is there a second? Second. Second by Ms. Eden. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Ms. Faulkner, would you go ahead and read that, please?
School Lunch Hero Day is an opportunity to showcase what a difference school nutrition professionals make in our lives, in the lives of every child who comes through the cafeteria. These individuals care about the meals that are prepared, the organization of the campus cafeterias, and most importantly, the nourishment of JISD students. We, the Judson Independent School Board, District School Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim May 1st, 2025 as School Lunch Hero Day and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our child nutrition staff for their hard work and dedication to Judson ISD students.
Thank you so much, and we do appreciate all those child nutrition workers who do such a great job.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is consider and take action regarding approving a proclamation to declare May 7th, 2025 as School Nurse Day. Is there a motion?
Yes. Madam President,
I need you to make a motion first, please.
I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that School Nurse Day was established.
Wait.
No, ma'am. I move that we approve a proclamation declaring May 7th, 2025 as School Nurse Day.
Yes.
I need then vote first, ma'am, before
Yes.
you read.
Okay.
Did you just?
I made the motion.
Second.
Second by Ms. Faulkner. Now you're up.
Okay. Whew. School Nurse Day was established.
Hold on, we haven't voted.
What happened?
Hold on.
We got to vote on it first.
Oh, what are we
Please
waiting
vote.
on? You get delirious after a while.
Motion passes 7-0. Now it's your turn.
Okay. School Nurse Day was established to foster a better understanding of the role of the school nurses in educational setting. This event honors the daily efforts of school nurses to ensure all students' well-being, safety, and academic ability. We, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees do hereby proclaim May 7th, 2025 as School Nurses Day and urge students, staff, and parents to express their appreciation to our school nurses for their hard work and dedication to Judson ISD students.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to discussion and consideration of action items. A, discuss and possible action regarding initiating an internal audit risk assessment. Mr. Macias.
Yes, thank you. This is something that we've talked about in previous meetings. The last time that we've had an internal audit risk assessment was 2012, maybe 2011. It's been some time. And essentially, the internal audit function for the community is an assessment of all of our various departments and evaluating pieces of those departments to see if they're operating efficiently. So since we've not had one in such a long time, I think it's important that as we look at potential areas that we have this assessment done to give us a better understanding of where we might need to improve, especially in the face of potential budget challenges that we're facing. It might be relevant. And just to note, in 2011, when we had the last risk assessment, HR, child nutrition, special ed were all noted as the top 3. So it would be nice now for us to get an assessment based on that data and see where we are now. And hopefully it's not the same 3. It might be, but then again, it just would give us the opportunity to look at what we can do. And I think, just so anybody knows, this is not an option to find fault. It's really just an opportunity for us to get better. And that's basically it. So I wanted to take action because the next step, if we approve this today, would be that in June or July, we would actually schedule interviews with companies that could provide this audit, and the board would then select the company for that. But we got to move on it, so that's why I have it on here.
I know that this was brought up at a previous meeting, and you had consensus from all of us that this was a way to move forward. Is there any discussion from anyone else on this? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Ryan.
Yes, a couple of audit committees, we've talked about what the highest priority is in terms of, there's 50 different audits we can do, and what is the highest, and we've gone back and forth on it, and really, now that we're back into budget season, I'm back to what we had listed at our first audit committee of this year. We're looking at examples of other audits that these companies have done in other school districts. And I'm going back to what one of the consulting firms we had looked at had done was what they call an educational and operational efficiency assessment study. And for example, this company went and did a 3-month condensed time frame, looked at the district's budget process, development of a data dashboard, collected over 1,000 documents, interviewed over 260 staff members, identified 45 recommendations for improvement, which, if implemented, would result in a general fund net cost reductions of $52 million, and developed a data dashboard prototype for them to use in performance measure tracking. And that's what I had seen on a couple other websites of what other people have done. Is I know there's some level of operational efficiency audit that is required as part of the VADR, but really, we always say that it's only muscle, no fat, right? And that's we hope, right? But we know any organization anywhere, there is, stuff that is not as efficient as it can be. So if there's an outside company that can come in and help us with those efficiencies, because things are going to have to start getting executed like in August, right? And there needs to be a plan of where we're going to start reducing, things. And so I think that would be a much better use if we choose to use the internal auditor budget line of money this year. I think some sort of operational efficiency audit from one of these companies would be much more productive in our current situation than an overall big risk assessment, looking at stuff from 2011. That'd be a nice to have, but the need to have, which we're in the need to have, phase of Judson right now. I think this is something we need, not just something we want.
Ms. Stanford?
So what are you recommending?
I'm recommending, instead of doing a risk assessment audit from a company like Gibson or one of the other, auditing whoever would bid on it, that we do, one of the companies calls it an educational and operational efficiency assessment or audit.
And Mr. Macias, are you asking us to pinpoint exactly tonight what we're going to audit, or just to approve that we do an internal audit?
That we approve a risk assessment so that we can move forward then to interview audit firms that would do the risk assessment.
So we can fine tune that, we're not,
And just, again, for some of the board members that may not have been here back then, the auditor is going to interview every one of us. And we're going to be talking about what our concerns are. And then they interview the administration, and then they interview teachers, and it's a whole thing. And so obviously then they look into various departments. They don't evaluate every piece. They take random pieces as part of their evaluation and then assess risk. And right now I think it would be prudent to look at various departments and help, because I can tell you, our wonderful administration, they can't spend time auditing when they're doing other things. They're capable of doing it, without a doubt. But this internal audit function is a board-led function, and it alleviates having to put staff time into those type of evaluations. So the risk assessment, in my opinion, is well focused on trying to determine if there's something else we're missing. Like we've talked about other departments like maintenance, for example.
Yeah.
Where could we be missing something that this risk assessment will help us determine? And so as we go through the summer, and it's slower, it's the right time. Anyway, that's just my opinion, but that's what it would be.
okay, well, I'm in favor of doing an audit. I just didn't know if we were specifying the exact kind tonight, or that
Well, I
we're
think
kind
it's
of.
whether we're risk-focused or your cost reduction efficiency-focused, I think is kind of the dispute right now. He's more interested in levels of risk, and I think I'm more advocating for one that would focus on helping us reduce costs, whether that's through strategic realignment or whatever. I mean, they come up with those things, not us.
Can that be something they do at the same time? Because if cost efficiencies really, I would think, are related to risk in a way.
I was just about to say that. You said it exactly correctly. There is a correlation between the
Yeah.
two. So if we're more efficient, we'll find out if we're overspending somewhere, underspending,
Yeah.
not putting enough. Let me give you another example, to give real examples. When we did the risk assessment, we found out that the HR department wasn't documenting appropriately, and it was costing us because employees had differentials in their pay. So that definitely helps our employees, but we didn't know. So that's just an example of, that would help the bottom line, and I think help employees. But that was back then, that was 2011, that's a long time ago. But again, those are things that, we're not experts, but we can certainly bring someone in that can make that assessment. And again, there will be a savings.
Ms. Faulkner?
This is, and as you said, this is like the second or third time. Did this refresh my memory, did this come out of the audit committee itself?
We did talk about it, but this is my request. So
Gotcha.
we've not had an audit committee meeting in a couple of months. But we did this back in 2011. And again, it's just, we're data-driven, right? So why don't we see what it looks like today as it did last time?
2011, so
Yeah.
14 years?
Yeah.
14 years ago, okay. Yeah. I'm in agreement.
Any other discussion?
We're going to include most likely efficiencies too. I mean, we care about that too. So, okay. Yeah. I'm in favor of that.
Would you care to make a motion, sir?
I certainly would, yes. I'd like to move that we continue with the initiation of an internal audit risk assessment.
Motion by Mr. Macias, second by Mr. Salinas. Please vote. Motion passes 6-1. Item 7, discussion items and reports. A, discuss district strategies for in-school suspension protocols and implementation. Mr. Macias, this was your item as well.
Thank you. I don't know if I can be brief, but I'm going to try to be brief. So basically, I put this on the agenda just to have some discussion. One of the several conversations came out of meeting with teachers, meeting with community members, parents, and the idea is that we need to structure maybe some additional support in ISS. It doesn't have to begin or even end there, but the reason I have it on this agenda is for us to talk about it. And what I'm saying is that in-school suspension right now determined is managed the best way we can do it. We have sometimes a para looking over or maybe an administrator looking in the classroom. So when a kiddo goes to ISS, they're there, but there's opportunity for them to get more one-on-one instruction. What's happening is we're being forced to send them right back to the classroom, which is the feedback I've been receiving from teachers, instead of giving them more of that time out. Because as soon as they get back to the classroom, these students are, again, disruptive. And so the strengthening of ISS is looking at having someone certified to teach while they're there, that are focused on teaching the child while they're in that system. So they can spend a day, and ultimately, I think we'll find out if these students are better learners in small group, and that's why they're disruptive in class. Maybe we'll find out they're behind in grade level. And of course, I know this will cost money, because now we got to put somebody potentially certified. Now, I'm going to lean towards the administration to come up with a remedy. That's why it's not an action item. You guys are the experts about how we can get this done. But we need to do something, because I want to begin nurturing the student before we send them back into the classroom if they're not ready, for whatever the reasons are. And one of my recommendations to kind of alleviate cost is to have part-time teachers that are perhaps retired certified teachers teach 4 hours and the other 4 hours, whatever that division might be. And that way we don't have to pay benefits for that. They just work that classroom. But it gives relief to staff that's covering it, but it also gives attention to the student, and then it supports the teacher. So we're not going to be able to do a lot of offense. We have budgetary challenges that require us to play defense and maintain our position. But this is one that I think will help teachers in the classrooms, and I think it'll help students. And ultimately, that's the best thing you can do when you spend money. And so that's why I put this out for discussion, because I'd like to hear from my colleagues in relation to this potential strategy.
Ms. Stanford?
So I wasn't sure if you were asking us something, but I think how ISS is handled is really important. If it's just a punitive action, it may have minimal impact, is what I'm hearing from you. That can we make it more impactful with how we handle ISS? But I'm also thinking of the other class members. So there's a disruption going on, and we need to take care of the teacher in that classroom as well as what's going on in the classroom, and help the student that's disrupting the class in a constructive way. So, because we heard from someone tonight that said putting a child in ISS is not the way to go. But I don't know how you solve the problem in the middle of a classroom that's trying to progress with the lesson.
Well, and I wouldn't disagree with that statement, provided the current status of what we have in ISS. But we need to improve it, and that's an opportunity. Sorry, Ms. Stanford, go ahead.
Right, so what we're doing in ISS sounds like that's what'll make it either effective or not. So I'd be interested in looking at options on how to make it more effective.
So in my experience, I'm going to speak. In my experience as a classroom teacher, ISS wasn't necessarily where somebody went immediately upon removal from my classroom for disruption. So first there's counseling, then there is discussion with the administrator, and then there is a decision made about what the consequence will be for that student. And it may be ISS, it might be out-of-school suspension, it might be some kind of natural consequence to write an apology letter. There are a number of things that are involved in determining what happens when a student's out of school. If they are in ISS, in my experience, the teacher would go in during their conference time, talk to the student, figure out what it is they're working on, offer any assistance that needed to happen academically during that time. And additionally, and I don't know if this is true now because it's been a hot minute since I've been in the classroom, but the counselors would check in on the student too, and have an idea about what was going on there. So perhaps there could be some type of checklist created that, these are the things that should happen if a student goes to ISS. I honestly don't know what an answer is, but I think that's definitely something that our that could be looked at. The problem, you can't just make blank assessments because every child is so different, every occurrence is so different. So I hesitate to maybe tie people's hands to saying you have to do this, you have to do this, if it's not appropriate. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm kind of at a loss. I do think that the things of the teacher checking in and the counselor checking in are important.
Yes.
But after that, I don't know.
And there's so many variabilities that are associated with this. I know the principals and the dais is looking like, what about least restrictive environment?
Right.
What about the students that can't go into an ISF environment? Are the teachers aware that the student couldn't go in because they're outside their 10 days? There's all sorts of stuff that's related to this that you can't just make a blanket assumption based on what may have happened with one or two individuals because we don't know their background, and you probably don't have the educational need to be aware of what's going on with that student. You brought up some excellent points. In my experience, there has been teachers that always check in when students are supposed to be in an ISS environment. I also get it at the elementary level. We don't have a dedicated ISS person. Oftentimes, they have a person who doubles as the receptionist, and then when a student gets put in, they're pulled away from being the receptionist to having to do ISS, or they have the person in the front office if they're just trying to work their way through. So I know the administrators are trying to do the best that they can, but back to your point, now that's a financial obligation where we say we're going to make a financial commitment where everyone has an ISS on the campus. But again, that's when we go through the budget cycle and we determine from the board if they feel like that's a priority as we move through what's the priority and where we can be more efficient, according to what Ms. Ryan said earlier, because we are in a deficit budget. So that's a conscious decision to add that many individuals to the 20 elementary campuses that we have. At the middle school level, we have a dedicated person for ISS. At the high school, we have a dedicated individual for ISS. But at elementary, they typically don't have a student in, but once they do get a student, then they have to pull somebody from somewhere else to take care of that. I hope I didn't ramble too much.
Ms. Faulkner?
So for the in-between,
Yes, ma'am?
I'm just thinking, I know Dr. Johnson works really hard on classroom management. What if in the next month or two that I won't be here, if y'all, and maybe the campuses out there that have success stories, could they come forward and maybe be a pilot program for those schools that are struggling and go, you know what, this is what's working for us because we have this many kids with IEPs who can't be out of placement for this many minutes. We have the back unit, so maybe if we utilize the tools we already have and highlight some of the campuses that are doing well, and maybe even some of the teachers who are like, you know what, I have the toughest kids, but here's how I handle it. I have this area in the room, it's a chill zone, and just to kind of, maybe it's a catch-22. That way, we're at least getting an idea that across the board, there's some places that it's working. And then we're also giving the opportunity for campuses who are successful, and even teachers who are successful, to highlight and showcase what they're doing, and maybe take that chance to mentor or pilot and spread it throughout the district like wildfire.
I would ask that, excellent. That was the plan. As we go through the summer, we had already talked as a cabinet that classroom management is a focus for us with administration, and then with new teachers, and then with the teachers as they come back on our lineup to start the school year. But I would ask, before we ask the board to take on that Herculean responsibility of adding more personnel to the campuses, give us an opportunity to sit down, look into it, come up with innovative ways that we can address the issue as we move forward.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Yes,
Again,
sir.
I don't have all the answers to Ms. Canoria's point, but it's an opportunity that we probably should examine and try to see if there's a solution.
Yes, sir.
I certainly want to make sure that teachers know that the board does listen, and this is a responsive action to say, what can we do to support you in the classroom? And if students in elementary are consistently having their challenges, how can we support them? This would be one piece. But then in high school or secondary, they're not certified teachers in ISS, right? They're just paras?
Correct.
And so, which means you have another potential gap there where students are falling behind. So that's why I figure we need to do something while this exists. And I'll be interested to see what you'll bring forward.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Will do.
Yes, Ms. Stanford.
At one time, it's been a while, but we talked about the possibility of having a weekly Zoom meeting that would be managed by maybe a rotating number of either experienced teachers or people like Dr. Johnson, where teachers that are having difficulties or having problems in the classroom with certain behaviors could jump on to the Zoom and discuss it maybe with other teachers that are having problems, and kind of brainstorm, and just have that place where they could go if they had a problem that week, and look for a way to discuss with other people that are having those issues. Has that ever been looked at or thought about or determined if teachers would even find that useful?
We'll ask Dr. Johnson to see if she can put something like that together.
See if teachers would be interested. Because they wouldn't have to go to a place to have a meeting. They could just jump on a Zoom call, and different people would be there at different times, just discussing what they were experiencing that week, and does anyone have any solutions? Just a way for them to get heard, pretty quickly, and brainstorm, run across other teachers that are having a similar problem. Because I know classroom management is challenging, especially for newer teachers. And so I'd be interested to see if that might be useful.
Piggybacking on that, it could be a weekly Zoom, and this week the topic is this, and the next week the topic is this, in terms of classroom management. So if that's something that you have difficulties with, it could be an opportunity for you to learn from somebody who has techniques that work, or somebody who's equally as frustrated as you are, and you can commiserate at the very least. But maybe working it like that might be a little bit more manageable.
Exactly.
But it would be, I think, something definitely worthwhile. Teachers have to be very creative in how they work with students, and the more ideas, the better.
Thank you.
All right. Whoops. Can you move me back, Russ? Sorry. All right. Item B, this is me, so please bear with me. I have a script I have to read. Annual report for continuing education credits for school board members for 2024-2025. As presiding officer of the board, I am required to announce the name of each member who, as of that member's anniversary of election or appointment to the board, at the last regular meeting of the board before an election of trustees, the board members that have completed the required continuing education, have exceeded the required continuing education, and are deficient in meeting the required continuing education. There are several training areas for board members for board members continuing education, annually cybersecurity, team building, and there are additional required trainings. Biannually, sex abuse, human trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, child abuse prevention, update to the Texas Education Code, evaluation and improving student outcomes, and school safety. I am happy to announce that all Judson ISD board members will have met or exceeded the required training for 2024-2025 as of April 30th, 2025. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is Ms. Faulkner. Discuss previous salary increases, the cost of salary increases, the deficit at the time, and a listing of administration at each campus.
So in going back to last budget season, we did budget workshop, budget workshop, budget workshop. We thought we were getting ready for a vote, and all of a sudden, we decided at the 11th hour, we needed a teacher raise. And so, what? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said definitely, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So I want to make sure, because that was kind of and I'm going to admit, I voted no, because to sit through the whole budget process, and then all of a sudden, we had this budget, and we're like, oh, wait, don't vote. We want to change it. I just don't want us to get there again. I don't want it to happen again, because number one, our time is valuable. Number two, the cabinet has been working very hard on bringing forth recommendations to us. So along the way, we've also, there's been a lot of things. I've been hearing about efficiencies, but along the way, there have been a lot of things where at the last minute, board members go, oh, wait. We need to give the bonuses back. And that comes at a cost. Oh, wait. The police department, they need a raise. And we all know that that's a ripple effect, because then the bus drivers deserve a raise, and so do the child nutrition, and so do the paraprofessionals, and it's just a ripple effect. So I want to make sure that as we go through this budget process, whatever we are deciding on, whatever discussions we have, is what we roll forth into the final vote. And there's nothing that's going to come up and add expenses to what we've decided as a board. But I also want to talk about, just going back. I mean, I know we haven't visited this in a while. And everybody says, oh, get over COVID. We can't. You cannot get over COVID, because with the ESSER funds, the prior administration, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, when I was working at a different district, the ESSER funds were used in support. We had permanent subs on campus. We had additional support for kids who may have been out. In this district, it's my understanding that an entire campus, the entire staff, was paid through ESSER funds.
I wouldn't say the
I didn't,
entire.
excuse me, I'm asking the superintendent.
Sorry, I know you weren't on the board when that all came up, so yeah, that's sorry.
Well,
that's not-
I have the floor, and I'm asking the superintendent.
I would say it wasn't the entire campus.
Okay.
Most of the administrative.
Yes. Is your mic on, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. It wasn't the entire campus. Most of the administrative portion of the campus was placed on ESSER funds. There were a lot of other individuals throughout the district, no rhyme or reason, also placed on ESSER funds in a way to divert the local cost.
So were these, and I know we had an employee come up and talk about, some of those rolled over to local. Are there some that that possibly could be eliminated?
I can tell you that there were some additions that were made with the ESSER funds, and now I'm going to ask you to step in if I misquote. And like the academic enrichment, or GT, was part of it. The add-on of the librarians. We understand that that's something that we need to continue to go with, but that was something that was created for every campus. It used to be if you were a certain size as an elementary, you shared an assistant principal. We had an assistant principal for every campus, and when it came with the ESSER funds. But what we also noticed when we went through who was getting paid with ESSER funds, that indiscriminately on campuses where these weren't created positions, those individuals were placed on ESSER funds as well. So it wasn't like you would get rid of that position. That position was local before, now it's being paid out of ESSER. But you can't remove the person because that's a position on campus. So we had to bring back those individuals, but the amount of people that we brought back equal to almost 15 million?
Around that much, and to add to that?
Your mic.
And we can't hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are correct.
Gotcha. You said to add to what?
There was also pre-K for all
Mhm.
that was added to ESSER, so we hired a lot more pre-K teachers because we took pre-K for everyone, whether they qualified or not. We had also hired additional counselors, the campuses that were larger, so those about 4. And then we also added about 4 additional APs for the campuses that used to split. And so some of those stayed on. After ESSER, we heard a lot of districts let go of all of the personnel in ESSER. We did not do that. We chose not to do that. Like you mentioned, AET in particular was added, which added a GT teacher at every elementary, added as well a librarian at every elementary when we used to split between a librarian and a para. And then, like you mentioned, indiscriminately, because what we found out is that regular core teachers were just being paid out of ESSER when that wasn't something that was discussed in a board meeting.
So when we brought all those people back, that was $15 million to the local budget that was formerly paid out of ESSER. Simultaneously at that time, I believe that we gave a 6%, a needed raise to the employees in the district. But that added 12 million. So there was a large amount of funding that came back to the local budget that, or hit the local budget that wasn't there the year prior.
And so were there any central office departments or any extra, I mean,
You mean, were there any extra positions created with ESSER
besides
at
at the
the central
campus,
office?
yeah, at campus level, were there any central office created or departments that, that were paid with ESSER that we had to maintain?
There were a few positions that were added
No,
at
it's
central
not
office
okay.
with ESSER.
I'm sorry,
I
I'm
know.
trying to listen to you.
Yes, ma'am. So
The
there
answer is
were a
yes.
few ESSER positions at central office that were created as well. Example?
One of them, I was the grant writer.
Mhm.
There were a few additional positions that were added to the communications team. There was, I can think of those right now. I
Right.
could- I
And then
could
those were
probably
brought back
provide.
to the local budget as well.
So like I said, in moving forward, I want everybody to understand, this is not something us sitting up here created, including, I'm talking the team of 15. And I know we talk about the legislation, and we know it's only going to get worse because of the vote yesterday. But this is something that really we're trying to fix. It's not, and so moving forward, we really have to stay on task with what we're planning in the budget meetings. We can't willy-nilly continue to add expenses. Is there a possibility, just like Dr. Schumacher said, can we maybe get a report? I know I put administrators, kind of get a report to see, a comparison of what the campuses had prior to ESSER, what they had in addition to ESSER, just so we can see, is there something, or y'all bring recommendations, is there really, because we just talked about assistant principals sharing campuses. I mean, can we see some pictures of what that looks like?
What it looked like prior to versus what it looks like
Yes.
now? Yes.
Yes, and what was kept, what was kept and moved to local, and maybe some justifications.
Definitely,
That would really help, I think.
definitely.
Okay. And then just that list, I mean, the list of administrators on campus would, I'd kind of line up with that, you know?
Now, when you say what was created and what was kept, I'd like to limit it to that.
Okay.
In an effort to be transparent, there were some people who were already in positions on campuses that were placed in ESSER positions that, you know, the
But those
principal of, the principal
you
of
put an
Converse.
asterisk
So,
by
I
them.
mean, it's not like you can get, you know, you can't remove that position.
Right. Or a librarian, or a GT teacher. or
Well, I
the
mean, if we're not going to
communications
remove
department.
those, yes, ma'am. They all come back.
Okay. Yeah, if y'all can figure out a legend for us, you know, just saying, I think that would be great.
I would have no problem. I would only ask for clarification, once this legend is created, what would be the intent for use?
Just to see efficiencies. I mean, if we have justification, or we have data supporting, yes, we rolled this person over, or, yeah, we can't remove the principal, but we didn't have an assistant principal, and now we do, and this is the data supporting the continuation, that's more what I'm
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about.
Yes, ma'am.
So like a
You
pre-ESSER,
understand?
Yeah. Yeah,
the
versus-
pre-ESSER snapshot and then the
Right. Right.
after ESSER snapshot?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Macias?
My question was already asked.
Oh.
Fine,
All
I'm
right.
good.
Ms. Ryan?
And sorry, I apologize, Ms. Faulkner, I get a little frustrated sometimes because there are things we get, so like, I know we have lists of ESSER positions, we know all of them, I've been on our email, and there's history behind some of these decisions. So for example, I know the exact story of what happened with Converse Elementary and why some of those people are coded that way, because we went to year-round and we could have coded 10% of every person's days as ESSER, and all their other days, their other 187 as not ESSER, and that was a pain in the butt for accountants. So instead, we coded 10% of the positions, right? And one of them happened to be the counselor or the principal and whatever type thing. So again, these are all things we talked about like in Innovation Committee years ago. So like, there's history behind why certain things are the way we are, and we have new finance team, so maybe not everybody knows that stuff. But I don't know. It just gets frustrating that there's been an ongoing theme throughout, you know, these budget meetings, trying to blame the current financial situation on these pay raises that the board approved, and that the impact that those words are having on our teachers, on our campuses, is kind of
That's not what I said.
rippling through our staff. So it's been multiple meetings this kind of led up to. So, you know, as our students came out of COVID, many of our teachers didn't. And we were standing here in, you know, 21, 22, and we had classrooms empty. We came back in August, and we didn't have teachers at all. So pay raises are what we needed to do, because we needed teachers standing in classrooms with kids, teaching and learning things. So this board, even before I got here, committed to prioritizing their funding to make sure these classrooms were filled. And while other districts were scrambling, we stood here in fall of '23 after 2 years of major raises, and I saw people that summer, principals, packing up at the job fair early. We hired everybody. It worked, right? And that's what we're trying to do. Our turnover rate of our teachers is the lowest it's been in 5 years, right? Like, we prioritize money to students and teachers in classrooms so that we can focus on academic outcomes, and it worked. So the issue is not our teacher salaries and raises, or the board doing things last minute. The issue, or the number of days that our curriculum people are working, right, or anybody else up in staff. The issue is, if a campus loses a bunch of students, then Mr. Wilson gets a teacher taken away from him, right? When your enrollment goes down, you get told, oh, I'm sorry, you're not going to have 4 second grade teachers. Now you're going to get 3, right? But the problem is our enrollment at this district has dropped 10%. And while we've taken teachers away from the principals, our overhead management, campus, whether that's campus administration or district administration and all the overhead that goes with it, that hasn't dropped 10%. Well, it doesn't, the math doesn't work of that. So when we have a 10% drop in students, it means we need less management, less administrators, less buildings, less buses. We need less of everything. And the failure of this board to cut those things, as we saw enrollment drops, is why we're here. And if we fail to right size, then we're facing these types of decisions. Because to me, the solution is not cutting a couple of days off people's contracts. That's not, all that does is hurt everyone who's here, right? It's about how many people do we need. I've said this before, it's a math equation. Number of people times salary equals cost. So if you want to reduce cost, stop focusing on the salary. We need to start focusing on the right number of people and what a structure and organization of a 23,000 student and potentially dropping district looks like. And so instead of just piecemealing together, because what we're doing is hurting everybody, and we're pitting teachers against admin because somebody's got to get cut, right? Everybody's going to lose a day or 2 days, and that's not where we need to be. And again, and math can be misleading too. Like this thing that we got said there's $48 million in raises over the last 4 years, right? Well, I looked. We also, our revenue increased 46 million during that same time frame, right? So the $48 million deficit isn't because we gave $48 million in raises. $2 million of that is, right? So I just want to make sure that when we're using math, we're using it for a productive purpose. Because when we look up school administration from 2021 to 2025, the cost of that has gone up $4 million, from 11 million to 15 million, right? And we haven't opened a single new school since then. That's just the expenses after we opened Wortham and Escondido, right? I always like to, after we opened a school, now we've got city state, $4 million more of just school administrators, and it's out of line with our corresponding districts. So yeah, we got work to do. And we should have been doing this work the whole way to restructure and reorganize the organization for the student population we have. Because right now, hearing people and how this is going to impact their individual lives, whether you're working up at district admin, campus, transportation, I don't care where you work, but I can't have these death by 1,000 cuts impacting all of your faces when we should have done a major overhaul to take care of the entire organization. And somebody says, like, the difference between going to Goodwill and buying a bunch of clothes or having Lululemon. I want Lululemon. I want the best employees being paid the best amount of money we can. That's what I want. And it's like, and that's what you deserve because that's how hard you work for your kids. So let's get this organization right-sized, pay them the salaries and the number of days that they deserve, and use our money efficiently. And that's going to take a lot of work. And who knows? We're going to, again, we can't make any decisions now because we're going to have at least 2 new board members by the time we pass this budget. So it's hard to say we're all going to commit to stuff now because who knows what May is going to bring and what sorts of decisions will be made by the new 7 people that'll be sitting up here. So I hate to do things last minute, but that's how it works every other year with election season.
If I could. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to reiterate that I did not say anything about the negativity about raises. I said, and I quote, and you can go back and listen to this again for a second time during this meeting. I said, we cannot go through a budget workshop and at the 11th hour, after we have a plan in place, add anything. Last year, it just happened to be teacher raises. Nobody said anything about taking them away, so don't put it on Facebook. I said we cannot do anything at the 11th hour that is going to mess up all the work that we have done in the budget workshops. I also think that I requested some information on pre-COVID and post-COVID and ESSER versus not ESSER, and I asked for a number of employees, which is essentially, I don't know. So I just wanted to put that on record for a second time.
Yes, ma'am. we did take the liberty of looking into, and I hope we didn't say raises for teachers, raises in any capacity at this point. I just want the board to be prepared. We're in a deficit budget. So if you create a raise that increases the deficit, we've done that in the past. That's what's going to happen in June if it happens again. I'd ask our CFO and Director of Finance to go to the microphone and speak to whether or not the history of the increases added to the deficit. And I'm not trying to say that that was the reason for where we're at now, but definitely if you were in a previous deficit budget and you bring back $15 million from ESSER, that increases your deficit by $15 million. If you give a raise that costs $12 million and you're in a deficit, then you've increased your deficit by $12 million. So, Mr. Guerra, Amanda, is that what you found when you look back?
Yes, sir, you're right. And you said, Ms. Ryan said it right. None of us were here. So all we did is we grabbed the numbers, and the numbers, the data's the data, so and that's what we saw when we pulled it.
So what we'll do is we will go back and look at pre-COVID, pre-ESSER, staffing versus where we are now. And to your point, there are some positions that weren't there prior to.
But that's why I asked for the justification.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Because
and the
we'll have to-
data
right.
supporting why the rollover, because we all know, or at least all of us who were in the classroom post-COVID, know that COVID broke those kids. They broke the kids, they broke society, they broke the social skills. And so maybe there is a need for more assistant principals due to the raise in bullying, lack of social skills, discipline problems, and even parents. I mean, the parent concerns, because everybody was home as a family. And when you send your kids to a school, I mean, the parents may or may not be more involved. So there may be a justification for keeping the post-ESSER numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Stanford, you.
Yeah, so I would find the snapshot pre-ESSER and then after ESSER very informative, just to see what all did we add because of ESSER and then retain, which would have added to the deficit. And so that will be very interesting. And to Ms. Ryan's point, what I hear you saying is that if we downsize because our student population is going down, which it is, that means less employees. So
I would say this, and I'm not trying to cut you off, Ms. Stanford. I think that the biggest downsize in our student population came when we moved away from pre-K for all. And the FTEs that were associated with pre-K for all decreased as well.
right.
So it's not like we kept all of the pre-K teachers when we decreased our pre-K by 1,200 students. In addition, when we talked about decreasing the buses, none of the pre-K were bused. They were all brought in. So it's not like our buses needed to decrease because they weren't affected by transportation. Would you, I mean,
Yes, in addition, to your point, Dr. Fields, when we did move away from pre-K for all those extra pre-K teachers, because of attrition, were placed in regular classrooms. So as far as like the pre-K numbers, that decreased based on the numbers. Teachers attrited, and then the ones that didn't were placed back into regular classrooms. So there was some shift. When we're talking about buses age, we still need new buses in some areas. So to your point, no, it just wasn't raises, but we can definitely provide the list of what was pre-existing. We have that. We have who was paid with ESSER over the last several years. Please note that we did transition some of our software 3 times. So
Right. We
there's
changed from
that as well.
Frontline
So
to
we will
Skyward,
provide the
so
history as far
a
as
lot
we
was
can.
lost. But yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't regret the teacher raises that we passed. I'm not going to regret that.
I'm not saying I
Oh, no, no.
Not at all.
I didn't.
Just saying, we need to not wait till the 11th hour.
Yeah, I hear that, and I hear that.
I
But I was
just-
speaking more to,
Right. I don't think anyone regrets it. I know I don't, but what I'm trying to say is when we say, bring us $13 million worth of cuts, we know that we gave the increase to the individuals that were in positions that can't be cut. So when you say, bring us $13 million worth of cut, that means come back and cut services that traditionally have been given, not that there's just this extra group of people standing around somewhere that we now don't need.
well, as Ms. Ryan was saying, she doesn't want to see us cut people's salaries or days or,
Then it's odd to
I know, I
say
agree with
in a
that.
budget that's 90 or
I know.
85% salary that you want us to bring you $13 million worth of cuts and then say, but don't cut anybody's days and don't cut anybody's salary.
no, it's like
Or don't cut
you're
any
either,
positions.
if I hear it right, though, we're either going to cut days or salaries or cut people. And which affects people more? I don't know. And there's not an easy fix, but if we're downsizing, like you're saying, because we have less kids, and we don't want to cut salaries, then aren't you saying we have to cut people?
And buildings and everything else, yes, everything.
Because that affects lives too. So,
More repurposing people through attrition. But that has to start somewhere,
But
right?
repurposing is
Yes.
not, if you repurpose them, you're still paying though. I'm just trying to be clear. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm not trying to push back. I'm just saying that if you're talking about decreasing, then that means that you would remove. So when we say cut schools, let's hypothetically, let's say that we were talking about cutting Judson Middle. The students are still here, so the teachers are still here. So you don't reduce the budget by 8 million because you still have to have FTEs for all the kids that are in that school. Even if you move them periodically to other schools throughout the district, they still need teachers in those classrooms. Now, you're going to lose an overhead like a principal, maybe assistant principal, the child nutrition workers, if you're not serving food at that campus after you leave, but you're still going to have to clean that campus up, and you're still going to have to run AC on that campus. So you're not going to even save on the AC because it's still going to be working.
And you're going to be busing.
And,
I know, and this is
you're going to be
why
busing a lot more.
Last July, I said we had to start this process. Go back and watch the videos where I'm like, we have to start this in July. Decisions have to be made now so that as we trip people out, we have a whole year to organize and watch. But again, here we're sitting in April and May, and now we're ripping the Band-Aid off, and it's going to hurt. And people are going to hurt in this district. And I wish we had been working on this for an entire year, but I feel like we've made no progress, and that's very frustrating.
Well, I would hope that we don't send the message that everyone's hurting throughout the state of Texas right now in terms of funding for public schools. What we're going to try and do is make this as tolerable as possible. And we don't want to panic people, making it think that we're ripping a Band-Aid off or slash and burn or any of the other
But
examples.
that's the problem. Our deficit, your projected deficit is is half of what Northside's is. Northside has over 4 times as many kids. That's the problem. Our deficit and our expenses per student are so astronomically higher as a percentage than every other district around us. That's the frustrating part. It's not about it's 50 with 230,000. Because 50 million. 100 million at Northside, when you have well over 100,000 students, isn't super scary number. But 50 million when you only have 23,000 students, that's scary. And how much expenses have gone up in a 2-year period? Because we do all the math. It's like, I don't understand, how can expenses go up that much? And it's not
18%
the
increase
raises.
in pay.
Okay, but it's not. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is it's not. Because you're
I
saying it was
asked
40.
finance to come up and
Okay,
reiterate.
finance, I'm sorry, did our revenue go up 46 million?
Not revenue,
I'm sorry.
increase in expense. We
Here's
increased
what
our
I'm saying.
expenses, not our revenue.
You're not understanding the math. You have revenue minus expenses equals your budget deficit. So if you add 48 million in raises, right? but your revenue goes up 46 million over those 4 years, guess what? You've now increased your deficit by 2 million. 2 million because of
basic
the
allotment
raises.
has not
So
gone
the
up.
other 50
Ms.
million
Ryan.
is from other things.
Ms. Ryan, the basic allotment has not gone up since when?
No,
Can
all
I
of
get
our
my
funding-
finance people to please stand up at the podium?
has
I have all 5 years of audits if you would like them. We started at
Could you please let me
205,
know whether
and
the
last year
basic
we were
allotment has gone
250 in
up?
revenue.
When's the last time it went up?
2019.
That is not how we are funded, sir, and you know that.
How are we funded, sir?
You know
He's
we
the
are funded through
CFO.
funding
Can we allow the
formulas.
CFO to let us know?
Well,
How
through
are
the
we
basic
funded?
allotment, of course.
Through the basic allotment.
Oh, that's the only place we get money from? Okay. Because if you pull the audit, 5 years ago, we had $204 million in revenue with 23,800 students. Last year, guess what? $250 million in revenue. It's right on your audit, posted on our website. It went up 44 million in 5 year, in the 4-year time frame that is on this report, that you are claiming the 48 million in raises. So I recommend everyone go back and look at the financial data over the last 4 years for this district, because I don't think people are understanding how much our revenue has gone up.
Is it my turn now,
So,
Mr. Neuer? I
but
think-
again,
I
you
think-
can go back into,
Macias,
all
ma'am.
this is verifiable by the public. Go to
Ma'am, you're over your time
judsonist.org.
now, and Mr. Macias
Okay,
wants to speak.
I've been patiently waiting. Again, my apologies. I mean, I really, Ms. Ryan's behavior and her assertions, totally inappropriate.
Ooh, election
So-
time.
So, that's okay.
Please stop. Please control
I've been
yourself.
cussed at in this boardroom. Decorum
Please
is out the door.
control yourself.
Okay, so my point is this, that obviously, it's simple. The math is simple. We're paying raises, costs go up. Inflation, things cost more, it goes up. Our basic allotment stays pretty flat since 2019. Yes, Ms. Ryan's right, we get a little more here and there for special ed and all that kind of stuff.
But that can't be used for
Exactly, it's
salaries.
really specific to what we can do. It's not a general assessment. So anytime you have less revenue coming in and expenses going up, you're going to have a deficit budget, which again is where it's happening all over Texas. And so I want to make sure that it's not misconstrued. We're not getting all this influx of revenue and wasting our money. We've been efficient. We had in February of 2019, we had a $13 million deficit budget. By June of 2019, we passed a budget that was a $9 or $8 million deficit. ESSER came in and then gave us a whole bunch of money, so when we reconciled the budget, we had a surplus. But it was ESSER that gave us a surplus. We've been looking for inefficiencies since 2019. And so the thing is, let me give you this analogy. We have a bus. What part of the bus do we not need? We need everything on the bus, unless we don't want, so we start taking things away. We're in that position where we need everyone here. That's why my colleagues and I have pushed for compensation increases. But Larry, you can say, the more we're spending, less revenue, we're getting that gap. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
And the other notion that I keep hearing again here in the boardroom and social media, we had a presentation in October. It just reaffirmed this for me. It stated if we close the middle school, we'll save $7.3 million, right? And so, but 6.9 of that is in personnel, as what Dr. Fields has stated. And if we were to close Judson Middle School, those teachers and those students would go to the consolidated school, basically keeping most of that $6.9 million salary. So which means we're not saving anything. So again, the false narrative of we're going to save $7.3 million by closing the middle school is a lie. It's misinforming our community, and it's disingenuous. So I want the community to know we are doing our best. We have an issue with Austin not funding us. I don't know what doesn't get through people's minds. Elected officials in Austin are not funding education. They're funding vouchers. And that's the problem. But you know what? We're going to do our best to provide quality education till we can't. But that's my gripe. I just don't like the negative energy and the again, misinformation, if you will, and lies about things. And so...
Well, please stop. Please stop. Mr.
Macias
Macias has the floor. Stop.
So I just want to be very clear. We've been diligently working. I trust our administration. Now, there is a point that Ms. Ryan is correct on. If we are losing enrollment, we need then to reevaluate staffing. I totally agree with that, because SAISD failed to do that, and then they got really big because they never adjusted for their decrease in enrollment. We're not going to do that, and that's something that I know that we will look at as we go forward. But I still think we need everyone on the bus. There's nowhere we need everything. It's just, and in fact, we need everything, and what we have is not enough. We need more, and Austin is failing us. So again, sorry again, but thank you, Larry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Fields.
All right, moving on. Next agenda item, update on board training, conferences, events, board committee updates, and board norms. Absolutely. Go ahead, Ms. Stanford.
Okay. So I did a tally of the 2 town halls. We had about, between the 2 town halls that we did on the budget deficit, we had about 95 people that attended. And I thank all of you that attended, because hearing from the community is very, very important to know what you're thinking and what you're feeling about things. And I was really impressed by the participation, both live discussion and the feedback sheets that were turned in. And you get a little bit more information on an anonymous feedback sheet. So of the people that attended, we had about 55 feedback sheets turned in. And I read all of them many, many times and counted all the comments. And we had a total of about 306 general comments among all those sheets. So what I did is I typed them all out and then counted how many people made the same comment. So that's the report that I have, and I'm not indicating what I'm for or against. I just want you to know what people said. And I did not include any comments that I only got one time. So these are comments that I got at least 2 times, but I'm only going to give you the top percentage. So I've got, they want us to look at admin, the size of admin, the function of admin. About 6.5% of the comments addressed that. About 3% addressed class size, saying no increase in class size. 3% of the people said that. 5% of the people, 5% of the comments were to trim athletics. 4% of the comments involved closing campuses. 4.5% of the comments involved curriculum writing. And I know we had some people come in and speak on that tonight, but that's what came from the town hall. 3.3% cut power on weekends and summer from the schools. 4.2% of the comments were changing the pay to DOI teachers. 4% of the comments said no cuts to teacher pay. 14.4% were related to no cuts to librarians, GT, paras, fine arts, music. And just interesting about tax increase, 2.6% of the comments said increase taxes to raise revenue. And the comments that were against taxes were less than 1.6% were against any kind of tax increase. That is just a compilation of the comments that I took in from those 2 town halls. That's it.
All right, I'll down on this end this time because I started the other end last time. Ms. Ryan, would you go ahead and give your report, please?
I'm always at a lot of things, but I'll tell you, there's a huge, it's interesting when you're a board member and you're a parent too, because you kind of get to live this every day. So I had a chance to wear 2 hats at a couple of things. One was I got to go on the JSTEM field trip to the zoo today, and I just, less as a mom or as a school board observer, in that to watch those students, they had a project, right? This was not wander around the zoo. This was step 1 of their PBL spring project. They had to go find animals, they had to draw habitats, they had to come, and the 5 kids were on their own, right? Like, I had to make sure they didn't get lost or anything. but they went in with this mission. And to watch students interact and work on a problem together and be so laser focused, and to see the product that the teacher gave to them to go on this field trip. We've got a lot of great PBL things going on a lot of our campuses. And we all know as adults, you have to do a lot of project-based learning too. So it was amazing to be able to go and kind of watch some of our curriculum truly in action with PBL, and be a mom too. Second thing is just, again, Dr. Steele, I always give you such a huge shout out to the CTE team. I got a chance to go down to Corpus Christi to watch the Skills USA state competition, and I was able to run into tons of our Judson kids out there, and they were doing job interviews in digital media, and tons of cosmetology students. And the cyber people were doing, I don't know, cyber things, which don't apply to me. No idea what they were doing, but to watch the amount of time and effort these teachers, 4 days of herding teenagers around and back and forth and schedules and events, and then to watch these kids perform at this level with other students. I really hope that we can continue to grow these CTE programs, because there were guys doing construction out in the parking lot, and there were architecture designs being built and everything. So, but huge kudos out a number of the teams. It was like a 4-hour awards thing. And watching Judson names come up on there of kids that are going to be going to nationals, and hearing the whole Judson ISD community all cheering because we saw our names up on the boards for some people who had won was really amazing. So just shout out to those students for a lot of hard work put in, and for their teachers for coordinating all of that. I love our CTE programs. Those are my two big ones. Thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
Well, in addition to the town halls, I went to the Years of Service Award, which was incredible. We have people that have been here 20 years, 25, 30, 35, 40, and it was, I am so impressed every time we have anything with our staffs, our teachers, at the quality of teachers that we have. We also had the Top Teacher Awards and the Spirit Awards, same thing. Just amazing people that we have. Amazing people we have in Judson, right? Thank you.
Ms. Faulkner?
I also attended the service awards. It's very impressive to me that we know our students don't get a say-so where they attend school, because they follow their parents, obviously. But what's impressive is our employees do have a choice where they come to school every day. And so Marilyn McKinney was one of our 40 years. Very impressive, at one school district. That's very impressive. So that was enjoyable. The Spirit, every department, I think, had a Spirit of Judson Award, and it was really, it was interesting watching the person in each department that was chosen for the award, even the police department. I mean, and some of these people, one lady had glitter from head to toe, and her family was cheering. It was just exciting. It's really that Judson spirit. There were a lot of homegrown people. A lot of homegrown people who went to school here and chose to come back and teach in this, or be a part of this district. Multiple family members in this district. I know we saw Jay Trees, his sister got her service award. Both parents were in this school district. So it's multi-generational. I also attended, we had an innovation committee meeting where we highlighted Franz and Olympia. And then I attended and participated in the occupational symposium at JLA, Judson Learning Academy. And I also participated in the district resource fair. Actually, it was multiple districts. It was Schertz-Cibolo, the military schools, and our district at Wagner. It was huge. Lots of people, very successful. That's it.
Mr. Macias?
Yes, I had an opportunity to attend ELOF's STAR test prep type of ceremony, which was, I thought, very helpful. I reminded students who have those anxieties, right? Just do your very best. That's all you can do, right? Do your very best. And so it was really nice to see them energized to get ready for STAR. But obviously, I attended the same Spirit Award ceremony and service. And again, just echoing the comments, it's very impressive. You know, there's some people out there that really love our district, and I appreciate that very much. And then, of course, we did have 2 town halls, and those town halls were very insightful. It's great to have dialogue. So it's been a pretty busy time. Thank you.
Mr. Salinas?
Also attended the service awards. That was great to see so many of our employees. 2 town hall meetings, and Ms. Stanford did a wonderful job. She was very brave. Attended 2 City Hall council meetings, Converse and Universal City. And I want somebody to contact them. They have I don't know whether any of you have been to the meetings at Universal City Council. They have an app where citizens to be heard. They have this huge clock that comes up there, and it's on you can see it on all 3 or 4 screens. So people that are speaking know exactly that, you can tell. And it's great. It's great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Eaton?
Need to get through this without crying. I want to thank, I've been to 14 lunches, 1 dinner, and I've received 2 beautiful floral arrangements with thank you cards. And I just want to thank the principals and teachers that took me to lunch. And no, I'm not moving away. Fortunately, it's not like the military stuff that I used to have to deal with for 28 years. I'll still be right here in San Antonio, in Judson. And I'll still be the turkey for the Wobble Gobble. I mean, what else am I going to do with a turkey soup? You know, unless somebody on the board is volunteering.
That's not defaulting to me, ma'am, no.
I like being that turkey. But yeah, I'll still be doing, resupplying my, they won't be mine anymore, but mine, stores at my elementary schools. I'll still be resupplying them with toys for the kids. The kids earn bucks, and they go and they buy different little things. It's really cute. I love it. I love it. But anyway, I'll be around. The phone number is still the same. I don't mind a few more lunches. It won't hurt me. Thank you. This has been such a joy to be here in this capacity in this district. The kids, the staff, the employees, everybody is just phenomenal. And I admire you all for all the work that you guys do, all the information that you garner to put together for us. Thank you. I'm thanking you from the bottom of my heart, because it's not easy. It's a lot. And I've seen you guys in action when you're getting information prepared for our board books or when special requests have been made. You guys are phenomenal. Dr. Fields, thank you. It's been an awesome pleasure to work with you in this capacity, and to know that you are homegrown, came up through Judson, and to be in this position now is just phenomenal. Thank you,
We appreciate you and Ms. Faulkner for all of the hard work that you put in, the late nights, like
boy.
tonight,
Yeah.
We just appreciate all of the hard work that you've dedicated to Judson ISD, to the students and the community. Thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Well, that's a little hard to follow, but I did attend a number of events. I was at Veterans Memorial for their Winter Sports Awards, and then I also attended their military ball, which has become an annual tradition for me. I think I've attended 7 of those. I was at Judson High School when one student was awarded a $40,000 scholarship by the College Board. Very exciting. I participated with Jeff in the Attendance Matters student and teacher giveaways. That's a lot of fun, too. I was asked to be a speaker at the Rolling Meadows Star Pep Rally, and one of the things I told them was to make sure that they looked around the room and see all the people there that cared about them. That means a lot. I attended the LOTC competition at Veterans Memorial last Saturday. That was so great to see that program and how excited the kids were to compete, and the amount of care and concern that the staff has that have worked so hard to get this program off the ground and working well, and what a great pipeline that is for our students in ROTC at the secondary level. And of course, then I was at the Service Awards and Spirit of Judson. So those were all of my things. And then we have one more item on the agenda, and I placed that there. This is normally an item that's done in closed session. However, Ms. Ryan has been adamant and put it in writing to me and to our board attorney that anytime we have concerns about her, that it must be done in open session. I prefer that it be enclosed, but I will accede to hers, and maybe perhaps it's time that the public hear some of this. It's come to my attention that Ms. Ryan has told people that I created a flyer, drove around Coronado Village, and went to homes of people I know to tell them to come and speak out against moving the alternative school to Coronado Village. That's an out-and-out lie. That never happened. I'll let you lie about it later. This is my floor. I don't.
Do you need legal information about defamation if you don't have proof? Okay.
I would be happy to have one of the people that told me come up and say it.
Absolutely.
Right.
I would love that.
Please stop interrupting me. I have the floor. I know some people who live in Coronado Village. I've never been to their homes. I don't know their addresses. Out-and-out lie. It's not the only lie that she's told. At one meeting up here on the dais, she said that Mr. Salinas was sleeping when he was simply looking down at his phone to turn off an alarm that came up. She lied about attempting to remove someone to be on the ballot for the election. She continually puts misleading and disinformation out on Facebook. She gives partial information. She doesn't give the context, and it's all to be inflammatory, to get people stirred up, and that's all directed at administration. Her tone at the meetings, the way she speaks to administration, with condescension, with sarcasm, being passive-aggressive, saying only she cares about the district, those are all unacceptable ways to behave on the dais. Her choices put Judson in a bad light. And so when you wonder why she gets the treatment that she gets, this is only some of what happens behind the scenes. Now, I'm sure that all of her people who support her are now going to come and attack me, and that's fine. Go right ahead. You'll just prove my point that birds of a feather. But this is unacceptable. She wanted it called out in open. I'm calling it out in open.
I do have something to say, just like Board Member Salinas before. Keep my name off your Facebook. And just for the record, I can't see your stuff because in November, about half of us were unfriended by Monica Ryan. Yes, I did block her last month. Go ahead, write it down. But she unfriended us, so we can't see her stuff. So if I can't see it, please just keep my name off of your Facebook. Thank you.
And there we go. Same kind of behavior. Anyone else have something to say? Ms. Ryan, I guess you're...
I do.
Mr. Macias?
Oh, yeah. Well, namely, just your antagonism and your attitude right now. And we're trying to have a discussion, and we prefer to have this in closed session. You prefer to have it out here, thinking no one's going to say anything. Well, we'll say something. I certainly will, too. And I know you will as well.
Please stop. He has the floor. You're mumbling and grumbling and griping down there all through the meeting have been quite annoying.
And that's
Stop.
okay, Ms. Canoyer. What I want to say, though, I was asked by the Express News if we were divisive on this board. And I said, no, I've had the privilege of working with 28 different trustees as a board member. This is probably the most united board we have working with administration. And so we have one antagonist, and I respect her right to differ, right? But it's the delivery in how she differs that is problematic. And of course, I know that she recruited my opponent. That's why I have one. And so that's another element of really not being a team player. I mean, she truly wants to change the board, and that's why she was so busy trying to recruit folks. And the bottom line is the community will make that choice. But this board has been frustrated because the actions and the temperament, let me just tell you, there are people in the community who won't say something because they're afraid that Monica Ryan will come after them. It's an intimidation. You talk about bullying, that's a bully. If somebody can't have a real conversation without the fear of intimidation, that's a problem. And so we're not going to get better. Accountability is only in 2027. But I'm still committed to doing the work here because we're here for our students, for our employees. But the frustration, the misinformation on Facebook, the bullying from not only her, but her little minions that do a lot of bullying, that's the problem. Oh, that's okay. They can bring it on. They think they can take me out. They're not going to. So the bottom line is this behavior is on that side. And it's one person who is adamant about being divisive. No effort to build consensus with colleagues, just complain, gripe, intimidate, condescending, and it's really ugly. So I want folks to know that we're trying to move forward, and if the individual on the end here, Ms. Ryan, would just kind of work in a team dynamic, we might be okay, because she actually has a few good ideas. But bottom line is, we're going to continue to have this friction, and she's going to be very happy if the people she supports wins. And that's unfortunate, because it's not about the politics. It's about students being given the ability to succeed in our district. So, and again, Ms. Ryan likes to know evidence. I have 3 people who've told me that she approached him to run against me. Factual. And so I'm not playing when I say this. If you have somebody on this board who's aiming to remove you, how nice is the relationship up here? You know, you have somebody who is dividing the board, and again, I will contend and argue with her every day that her vision is wrong for Judson. She doesn't get it, but that's the respectful conversation we can have here. And, you know, I pray. I just pray. I pray that we can get forward, and thank goodness as a majority, we are all, even when we don't agree, we all move forward, and that's important. I just don't think it's going to get any better, and the community needs to have a really candid vision of where we are and why we're seeing these things. And then one last thing, too. The privilege of being a board member means people listen to you. So when you put things on Facebook that are designed to mislead and misinform for the sake of getting likes, that's pretty desperate. And that's what we're seeing here. Misinformation that is incomplete, and I'll give you examples. She likes examples. The idea that she's been advocating that we save money by closing the middle school and we could save 7.3, she put it out there. The board got a presentation in October. The reality is we were never going to save $7.3 million, but she put it out there. And then if you watch her post, she demonizes administration and pits teachers against admin. That is also highly divisive rhetoric. So I'm hoping that people wake up and realize the leader you have down here is not working in the best interests of our district, and we need better.
Anyone else? Ms. Ryan?
Okay, Sorry, that was a lot, so I'm trying to take some notes. Again, there's a lot everyone hasn't seen, right? Like, we go behind closed sessions for 2.5 hours, and people haven't seen what's gone over the last 2 years, because it usually involves giant groups of people saying, vote, everybody vote 7-0 or else. And if you don't, you're divisive if you don't agree, and if you vote, or you stand up, or you speak up. And so, yes, as you watch those videos, you'll see that they go on for hours and hours, and there's nothing on the agenda. So, and of course, been cussed at, called all sorts of names in those closed sessions. So that's why this needs to be an open, because, well, I was hoping people would hide their crazy a little bit more, but apparently that's not going to happen either. So regarding, I mean, people really do need to go read the definition of defamation, slander, and libel, because this is an open, public, recorded meeting that everyone is watching. And if you make a false statement on here about someone and you do not have evidence to back that up, then that is a crime in the state of Texas, and there's also a civil liability to it, right? So the things Ms. Knoyer said, absolute slander and libel, and I'll be contacting an attorney tomorrow, because that's absolutely not true. I've never even heard the rumor that you walked around Coronado Village with a flyer. I haven't even heard the rumor, so I know I didn't spread it or start it. So regarding Ms. Faulkner, I don't know why she wouldn't be able to see my stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't
because-
agree to have my stuff in open session.
No, I'm just
So no, don't speak.
Awesome.
I said,
So I'm
I didn't
responding,
agree.
she said that she can't see any of my stuff because I blocked everybody, and I've already posted out there on Facebook.
Again, I want it on record that I want my stuff in closed session.
Awesome. So I'm
On
just going to
record.
make a blanket statement then, that I've already posted to my Facebook, that I post my things public on my personal page.
Did everybody, during the meeting, she's on Facebook. I want that on record too.
Excellent. So is Mr. Macias, that does that all the time. If you go look at his timestamps, he's always on Facebook posting during the middle of a meeting. So on my Facebook, both
You
my
just said about lying, right?
trustee
You just
and my-
lied right now.
Hey, can I say a few words?
No, I'm going to finish up defending
Let's stop
myself, and then we're
interrupting
going
the
to move
person
on.
who,
So by the way, I have no one.
let's stop the interrupting the person who has the floor.
So by the way, I have no one blocked on my trustee page at all, and I have no one blocked on my personal page even. And I post my stuff public, so if you can't see me, it's because you blocked me, not because I blocked you, because I don't have anybody blocked. Let's see what else. There are none of the 6 candidates that are running, well, we have 2 incumbents and 6 candidates running for election. Absolutely none of those 6 were recruited by me. So unless you have proof, you have also now just committed defamation and slander.
I have 3 people that said you did.
There are 6 people running for election other than the 2 incumbents, and I didn't recruit a single one of them. So now you've just slandered me. Oh, gosh. And you call parents who disagree with the district minions? Minions? Is that what our community is? You guys are minions who the only way you could come up with your own thoughts is if apparently I've got you into my cult and are telling you all what to say. And the point is, this community is fed up. They are fed up with this board. And they want people to ask questions. They want people to vote no. And they want what's best for kids. They do not want a 7-0 go-along board who never asks a single question about anything. So the fact that you all have to turn off comments on Facebook because your community is criticizing you, or you have to block people on Facebook because you don't like your community criticizing you, I don't seem to have that problem. My Facebook's wide open for discussion of anyone. So maybe some people on this board need to start doing some self-reflection, because the amount of lies and misinformation that are put out on this dais, and no one can show me one Facebook post. You notice I post documents and I post links. I'm sorry, did I hack the link on the Judson webpage so I could post a false document? Like, that's why. So when you say what I'm posting is false information, then that is also defamation of character. You are slandering and libeling both verbally and on Facebook, and it is embarrassing to our community And this is why so many people are standing up and speaking up for themselves. And I'm glad they are. I'm glad this microphone is full of people speaking up for themselves finally, because it's time to take Judson back.
So there you go.
I'd like to say a few words
Yes, sir.
to the community. Once again, I apologize. This is embarrassing. We gotta be better. We have to be better. To do that in open session, I'm not saying that people can't have disagreements. That's what closed session's about. But for us to have just done that in front of thousands of people in the district, and then now the expectation is that we send the employees that were in this room back out to the district and say, no, that's not how you're supposed to act. This is not right. It's not right. This is not right for the district. It's not right for the kids. It's not right for the employees. This is a reflection of our ability to come together, and we got to figure out a way. And this ain't it. And this is not Jetson. And it's not about taking anything back. What we did is a problem for Jetson ISD. What we just put on for the entire community is a problem for the district. This is disgusting. Please stop.
The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. 1, Principal Rolling Meadows Elementary School. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel and contract renewal lists for certified teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2025-2026 school year. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing contract renewal lists for campus and district office certified administrators for the 2025-2026 school year. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to proposed non-renewal of term contract employees and the termination of probationary contracts at the end of the contract term. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss recommendations for proposed non-renewal of the term contract for employees Cheryl Crawford and Jose Noriega. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, consider and discuss recommendation to terminate the employment of a probationary contract employee at the end of the contract term. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074, consider and discuss issues related to the employment of employees pursuant to the district's District of Innovation Plan. The time is now 10:51 p.m.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying, you know?
Russ, it was on roll call. Could you put it to vote, please? The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 12:19 a.m. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Item 9A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, including Principal Rolling Meadows Elementary School. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report with updates as discussed in closed session.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Mr. Salinas. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item B, consider and take possible action regarding contract renewal lists for certified teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2025-2026 school year. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve contract renewals for certified teachers, nurses, librarians, and counselors for the 2025-2026 school year.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. Please vote. Thank you. Item C, consider and take possible action regarding contract renewal lists for campus and district office certified administrators for the 2025-2026 school year.
I move that we approve contract renewal lists for campus and district office certified administrators for the 2025-2026 school year.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Eaton. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Item D, consider and take possible action regarding legal issues related to proposed non-renewal.
I move that in the event of a non-renewal hearing, the hearing will be conducted by the Judson ISD School Board. I further move to authorize the board's counsel in consultation with the board president to impose procedural rules for any non-renewal hearing and to make scheduling decisions regarding any non-renewal hearing.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. Consider and take possible action regarding the recommendation to terminate the employment of probationary contract employee at the end of, oops. Sorry, I'm on E, correct?
Yes.
Consider and take possible action regarding the recommendation for proposed non-renewal of the term contract for employees Cheryl Crawford and Jose Noriega.
No, that was,
That was the reading. Now we're going to make a motion.
I'm making the motion. Then you can second. I move that the board accept the superintendent's recommendation to propose the non-renewal of the term contract of Cheryl Crawford and Jose Noriega, and further move that the board direct the superintendent to give written notice to Cheryl Crawford and Jose Noriega as required by law.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Eaton. Go ahead and vote, please. Motion passes 7-0. There is no action on item F. Item G, consider and take possible action regarding the employment of employees pursuant to the district's District of Innovation Plan.
I move that we approve the employment of employees pursuant to the district's District of Innovation Plan, as discussed in closed session.
Motion by Ms. Faulkner, second by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 7-0. With no further business.
Oh, could Dr. Fields make
Oh,
an
yes,
announcement?
of course. I'm so sorry. Dr.
You have
Fields
an
would like to make that announcement.
Somebody may be sitting at home watching.
Yes, ma'am. According to the personnel report tonight, then we want to say congratulations to the new principal of Rolling Meadows Elementary, which will be the current assistant principal, Ms. Sharissa Rhodes. Congratulations, ma'am.
Congratulations. Now, with no further business, the meeting is adjourned at 12:24 p.m. A.M.